Hello, it's Wednesday, 24 January 2024. We're getting ready to set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And later, after all that, we will be getting going a show called the All New Cafe Enigma. So sit back, relax. It'll be a few more minutes until the crew comes in. We will get everything set up and ready for you. And just hold tight and keep ready for us to go. And for those of you who haven't heard, it is 2024, January the 24th. We're getting up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. They'll be along real shortly. Until then, sit back, relax, grab yourself a cup of coffee, a beverage, or grab some food, or drive safely wherever you're at. Or don't walk into posts or things like that. We wouldn't want that. So we will talk to you in a little bit as soon as I get the crew up and on. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you doing?
Doing all right, man.
All
Barry's
right.
just trying to figure out how to log in or how to join or something. Eric Meyer, how you doing, buddy? Are you speaking right now? You're lighting up like you're trying to speak. There you go. I hear you now.
Yeah. It's it updated, like Skype updated like a couple of times today, and I was kind of concerned that it would work properly.
Uh-huh.
And we had like a minor scare today with the electric company.
Okay.
So I mean,
Drama.
yeah, no, it's like lazy shit. I get like a call on the door, and I see the electrical like guy who checks the meters, and he's like, "Oh, do you know that you're due to like your meters are due to be replaced?" And I'm like, "No, no, you already replaced them." And he's like, "No, no, 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 we have to replace them." And I'm like, "No, you already replaced them last year with brand new meters." And he's like, "Really? Are you sure?" I'm like, "You should fucking know. I mean, you're working for that fucking company." And you know, if they're replacing the meters, they have to stop the power. Like they have to cut the power.
Oh yeah, yeah, of course.
Otherwise, they'll electrify themselves. Okay.
Okay, so what's new in your world, man? We haven't talked in a while.
Oh yeah, yeah. Quite a while. Well, it's the same old boring shit. Write, edit, polish, repeat, and eventually publish. And last year, um, I clocked the 11th book.
Yep.
11 book total. The books total.
You wait, you
Seven
published
from
11 books total last year?
yeah, with the two that I published last year, I got up to 11.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. That's
Yeah,
that's better.
yeah.
I
It's
thought you meant you did 11 last year. I was like,
no,
damn,
no,
that's
no,
a
no, no,
lot.
no, no, no. I mean, I have like 40 plus drafts on the
Mhm.
back burner, but I mean, it's 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 so hard. It's mm, and especially when you have these, they're changing um, a lot of the standards, um, and they are raising the printing prices. Um,
Mm.
not just Amazon, but pretty much everyone is raising the printing prices.
Mm. All right. Well, now is where we kind of try to get, hyped up, get in the mood, get our blood going a little bit. So we usually come in for about a half hour just to kind of get our voices going and all that kind of good stuff. We are on the radio, right? This will be, published on the radio. And so it's a very large audience, and it's also under FCC, Federal Communication Commission in the United States. So we have rules and laws, and we can't swear. We have to keep it PG, family friendly, all that
Yeah,
good stuff.
yeah.
Other than that, though, we can talk about pretty much whatever we want. Um, and yeah, is that actually Barry just come back in?
I'm here, man. Yeah, I think I've got it
All
fixed.
right.
So I should be able to have a avatar now, so Mark won't continually gripe at me.
Mhm.
I don't see one. I see a
Well,
blank.
I'm working on that right now, trying to get it.
Okay.
Just something up there. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can
Now, did you
change it.
ever get the text I was trying to send you last night?
I think so. Me? Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe.
Yeah, where I said, I kind of wanted you to run point on a good part of the interview today.
No, I didn't get that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. See,
I've been
T-Mobile
swamped over
sucks.
it.
Dude, you'd think texting would be something that like T-Mobile would have a grip
You
on.
probably sent it to me, man. I haven't checked my phone. I've been swamped today, dude. We're
No,
running behind.
no, they suck. It gives me this thing that says, trouble sending, and then it gives me an option to resend, and it still just says trouble sending, and it just won't send a friggin' text. It's ridiculous.
That's a server problem. That's not on your end.
Yeah.
It happens after they implemented some changes in the cloud server systems all over the world, and especially Amazon servers. They have they claim they have increased capacity and upload and download speeds, but they have actually downsized their line. And if you can't send something, that's because there isn't space on the one of their servers that is dealing with. And imagine how many millions of people are sending messages. I mean, it's tiny. I mean, the data size it's really tiny for you, but for them, not so much. So that's one of the reasons.
Yeah. And so, by the way, Eric, the format, again, will be the first hour, you get to talk. If you talk 85% of the time, I'll consider that a success, right? So
Okay.
we want to give you an ability to your interview to talk about what you want to talk about, be it politics, be it books, be it whatever, okay? And then this is now a 3-hour show. So we have 2 additional hours after we're done with the first hour. And you're welcome to stick around through the whole 3 hours or whatever you want. If you have to go, I know, what time is it for you right now? Like 1 in the morning or something?
It's close to 1 in the morning. Yeah, it's that's why I asked, because back in the few years, how many years ago was it? Like 5?
Oh no,
Forgot.
a year or 2 ago. I mean, maybe 2.
Maybe, but yeah, I had had a different schedule, and I kind of more or less slept throughout the day. I worked during the night, but I got into some health issues, so I changed my schedule. So I am not. I mean, I can afford. I can allow myself a couple of times, a couple of days in the month to do it, but not too much. So,
okay. Yeah.
And also, I'm getting old. So
yeah, it's your call. Just like if you want to jump off after like sometime in the second hour or whatever, we'll try to do it at a break. You know what I mean? So I can, when we go into the end of the segment, I can say, hey, thanks for coming by. It was a pleasure to have you. That kind of stuff, instead of just saying, oh, I gotta go.
That works for me. So
yeah.
I sent you. I think I sent you the link to my newest
Yes,
anthology.
I did get that.
Yeah. I could. I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, I've already talked about politics on your show. It's getting. I mean, not boring. Politics are not boring, but I mean.
Well, they're always fluid too. What we talked about 2 years ago is irrelevant today.
Yeah, it's a bit too much. I mean, if you want me to, I can talk about it, but I rather talk about I don't know, the books, maybe the current state of where I am right now, or just whatever you like me to talk about. It's like writing wise, creative process wise. Like, I mean, it's your show. You're asking the questions. I'm just here to make it probably interesting for a couple of people.
And I'd have to pull up a map, but you live in Serbia, is that right?
No, I live in Bulgaria.
Bulgaria, sorry. I know where it is on the map. I just always, that part of the country is just not as well known to most Americans.
It's the same with us and America.
Right.
When some of us come to visit, and we are always confused about this state and that state and this city and that city because it's too big. So it's a common, it's like the feel
viral video of a micro apartment.
Man, come on, YouTube. There you go.
So I was having trouble with Substack. Thankfully it was a mistake because I rarely abuse like the terms of service on any platform. I mean, there is no point. So it was like a soft ban, more or less, and I was indifferent because I'm used to, and someone posted like someone from the like the big guys on Substack. Yeah, it's an error. We're fixing it, and we're sorry for the inconvenience. And I'm okay. Yeah, that's good because there was no warning email, no nothing. It was just like probably you may have like done something against the TOS. Probably.
Probably. Yeah. You know how that. There's a lot of that going on around these days.
Yeah. Probably. It's just a mostly peaceful test.
It was a mostly peaceful post.
Yeah, mostly peaceful burning city behind the reporter. Reporter in quotations. Oof. Yeah. Let's see. What is this?
Let me get my map out here.
Well, I can't remember when we talked last time. Was it when I published my 5th book or the 6th?
It's like 4th or 5th book, I think. It's been a while.
I'm not sure.
It's been what, a couple of years now?
Yeah, I think. And this year I plan on doing some major reformatting and edits so I can re-release my older books because they are no longer where I want them to be, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Man, you guys wouldn't believe how crowded it is out here now. I mean, the Sonoran Desert, it is packed.
Really?
Packed with sand.
Yeah, packed. I went out to this spot tonight that's usually like just really dead, and it is, it's way out of town, good reception. It is like a city out here, man. There are thousands of people.
What are they doing?
Trucker
There's an
convoy?
RV, there's an RV show here. So
Oh,
Hmm.
all
that
these,
that explains it.
yeah, all these giant Class A's are just everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They've all got side by sides, and like, it's crazy, dude. I was going over the bridge over the highway, and I mean, you would never, if I showed you a picture, of the area up there, you would never in a million years think that those were all RVs. You'd think that was a city, like just a big city that went down through the desert for, miles to the south. But it's not. It's all RVs.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I gotta say.
What's up, Argmar? Did I say that correctly?
Yeah.
How you doing, man? We've
I'm
never
okay.
really. I don't think we've ever spoken like, other than text.
I
So
don't.
I wanted
yeah.
to say. So I wanted to say hello, man. You know what I'm
Really?
saying? And how you doing? And I've heard you speak before. I've listened to you when you were on the show before, and I was thinking, I didn't expect you to have that super cool of an accent, but I was like, man, he's got that cool accent,
Thank you. I guess the most people these days hate my accent.
No,
So-
no, not at all, man. Why
So
would they?
it's
Who would hate it though? Not Americans. Americans love that that accent.
some people think that this is Russian, but it's not.
Well, I kind of like a Russian accent as well. So I think they sound pretty cool.
How
I
did
like to
you do
watch a
the-
lot of Russian films, as a matter of fact.
That's pretty cool,
Of course,
Barry.
I'm sure that the left will probably think I'm a Russian because I like Russian films.
Mm,
Hey, Barry. I like your B's. They're backwards when they come over here.
Well, I had it backwards, and then backwards, and it's forward on my end.
Yeah. Oh, that's because you're doing
So
it.
do I need to put it back to the way it was?
Yeah. Put it back the way
I
it
gotta
was.
see this.
Where it looks backwards to you, it's forwards to us.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
they're definitely backwards.
Okay, well, see, it was backwards to me, so I put reverse.
mm.
How ridiculous, man.
Oh yeah,
It's more of the upside
it's a
down.
mirroring
The
thing.
upside
That's
down is
all. Don't worry
manifesting
about
itself
it.
right here
Hey,
inside
at
of Skype.
at least you got something to put up now. I was waiting
Well,
for
there you go.
just
Now
a
that should
bullhorn.
have done it right there, my brother. Right there. That should have fixed it. Is that it?
Let me see. It'd probably take a minute.
Takes a minute to kick in, and
Yeah, and I don't.
Yeah, it's right for me.
And it's on view mode over here with me, so Ragmar is up.
It flipped for me.
It looks
did?
good?
So if it flipped for you,
Yeah,
it'll be good
for
to
me,
go for the
it's good.
show.
It's
I
fine.
mean they've been ragging me about this for like, I don't know, a year, so I had to get it
A
fixed.
year or so. Yeah.
By the way, if you
At least
need a
persistence
custom-
does work, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Over time.
Go ahead, Eric Mark.
If you need a custom avatar, you can always contact Neutron Boron Mines and commission one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can commission one. You can commission a special avatar.
Yeah.
It
Or I
doesn't
can,
have to be.
or I can always send them the one that I use in the slideshow. And people won't know the difference.
This is just a text. BB is just sort of what I go by a lot. Actually, it was K,
Hi,
K,
Boo.
KB.
I got something for
KB.
you.
He's the guy that kind of named me
Come here,
BB, short for Bullhorn. And then I went and tried out just last week. I was trying out the Adobe
Come here, Blue.
software.
What's this?
The 3D text thing.
Adobe?
And I just had it made like a patriotic 3D BB, and it's all right. I've got other logos, man. I can create my own
There you
logos.
go.
That's
Yeah.
not a problem. But this is pretty much who I am. BB, patriotic.
Ooh. Nice.
I could.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell just how crowded it is out here
Pop that up
in
again,
that
man.
photo, but
Pop it up again. I missed it.
I saw it. Let's see.
you just have to go into the chat to see it. I can't pop it up
Yeah.
again per se.
Oh, okay.
Let's click on the chat. I
yeah,
sent
just
you another link. This is for my new
Yeah.
series. Yeah, it's I'm how should I say it? I'm
Wow, it is
branching.
packed out there, huh?
Yeah, it's I'm doing I'm at least I'm trying to do what Robert D. Howard did with the Conan stories.
Oh, hey,
But
I love it.
sorry, I
yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt, but anyways, I figured out what that problem was that you were telling me about that was bleeding through. Okay, and I fixed it.
Okay.
And I've added new stuff into the slides. Well, it's not so much a slide, but into the production, so that when you see it the next time, it's going to look a lot different. Not
Very cool.
totally different, but
Yeah.
it's going to look different. There's a lot of new stuff in there.
Here's what our day looked like yesterday. That's how thick the fog was all day and all night last night.
Yeah, that looks perfect now, Barry.
Yeah.
Check out the fog
that's
we
like
had yesterday in Oklahoma.
That's like a
right
soup.
there.
Like a soup.
Yeah, it was thick, man.
Sorry, didn't mean to hit that.
That's depressing, dude.
Mike's in a new position.
It is
so
very
depressing.
depressing looking. It's very. I was thinking that's what I made a post. I was like, "This is the gloomiest day ever, man." And it was that way all through the night. Even like at 9:30, you could see it. It was.
I think it was yesterday. No, the day before yesterday. It was during the night. It was like minus 15 Celsius.
Mhm.
So pretty much everything froze outside, and I watched someone who was obviously quite drunk, and he saw like a plastic bottle filled with water, and he decided to kick it, but it was like frozen solid, so he kicked it. And
It broke his toe.
he screamed, and it was like, I think it was like close to 12 o'clock, and I was just like, I just woken up because I needed to get some water. I was thirsty, and I looked through the window, my kitchen, and I saw the whole thing, and I was like laughing so hard. It took me probably 20 minutes to sleep.
Well, man, Argmar, you've been pushing through, man, and putting out those books, and you're hopefully, I would imagine, you're beyond the ramen noodles stage. You know what I'm saying? I know we were both struggling there for a while.
Oh yeah,
And,
I'm beyond the ramen noodles. I am eating pasta right now.
There you go, my man. I'm glad to hear that. I knew it wouldn't be long, bro. I knew it wouldn't be long.
Yeah, I have upgraded. My misery is upgraded. It's like it's leveled up. It's no longer just ramen
upgrade
noodles.
the misery. I like the sound of that. It's funny. Well, at least if you're going to be miserable, you shouldn't be utterly miserable. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Should have a few good perks in there.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I made a really cheap beans and pot roast. I don't use ham. I use pot roast, and it was cheap and it was delicious, man. I'm telling you, the meat was just tender, and it wasn't an extravagant meal at all. But man, I felt like I was eating filet mignon. It tasted so good. It was just beans and pot roast, man. Cheap but healthy.
Beans. Oh boy. If you're cooking beans from the can and you're not draining the juice, the quote unquote juice,
you got the
you're basically killing yourself.
Yeah, what is it? The arsenic? You got the arsenic.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, not only us.
Well, yeah, you can. If you actually, that's with the regular beans probably too. If you soak them overnight, that gets rid of that. And then there's the whole thing of organic and inorganic arsenic, but that's kind of controversial, as to are they both dangerous? Is one of them more dangerous than the other?
Get ready for countdown.
Oh yeah.
Soon.
Okay.
Thankfully, I exercise and sweat a lot, so most of those toxins I'm getting out that way. And drinking clean water.
You're like my grandmother used to say, you're farting them out.
Them what?
You're farting them out.
Yeah, gotta fart them out, man.
Okay, we are just seconds away here, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Seconds away.
Mere seconds away.
30 seconds.
Which basically means 10
God, I have to pee.
in Mark's time. Get ready, Argmar.
And get ready for the countdown because here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, where we very often have on guests in the first hour, sit and talk about the world, talk about their perspective, and just have some interesting people on that can learn from. Tonight is no exception. We have a guest that I'm very, very excited for. I think you're all going to love him. As many of you know, I use a platform for social media out there called minds.com. That's my primary social media. Instead of, say, Twitter or X or Facebook, I use Minds. And in the community on minds.com, there is a legend who's been there from the beginning, who has shared his evolution, his journey with us on a day-to-day basis to let us know everything that's happening with his books. He's an author. He is known on Minds as Aragmar, Aragamar, but to the publishing world, he's known as the Black Knight. So, without any reservations or hesitation, let's bring on the Black Knight. How are you doing, Aragmar?
Hello. Thank you for having me. I'm well. Significantly better, I should say, than the last time, because I did publish quite a lot. How long was it since the last time I was on the show?
Well,
how many years?
I know I did an interview with you before I even had the radio show, right? So that would have been that would be the first one, maybe 6.
Yeah.
And then we had you on in the maybe late in the first or second year, somewhere in there on the radio show. So that goes back another year. So every so often I have you on, and I always look forward to it. I did a shout out that you're going to be here, and I guarantee there's a lot of people out there that saw that post and said, "Wow, I can't wait to hear what our good friend Eric Marr has to say, because you're all over the place. Everybody loves you, and you're a sci-fi author. So tell us a little bit about the operas you
Hello.
compose.
Thank you for having me. I'm well. I'm just significantly. I'm just tapping over the keyboard. Yeah, it's unfortunately it's not that
On the Black Knight.
it's not that glorious. Lots, like most things, lots of hard work, and then more hard work. But usually it takes me about a year to complete the book, and some years I can release 2, even maybe 3 if the one of the books is on the side, just like with my niece, which is a spin-off from my main space opera Star Shatter series. It's set in this, it's set in the same universe, but it's more Conan-esque novella style. It's about a character named Velin, who is, he is a soldier, an ex-slave, and he's pretty much this larger-than-life heroic figure. Let's say it's the Star Shatter version of what Conan would be, but if he was not a human, because Velin is an alien from a race called the Luthorians, and if he wasn't partaking in certain vices, I should say. But it's quite heroic. I'm not also pulling in punches. There is a lot of crushing of slavers, etc., which is what my readers like. One of the many things they like, I should say. And of course, it's set in the same universe. It's just the point of view is different. The places where some are the same places, but in most cases, it's not the same. Let's say it's not the same forest moon, or it's not the same sandy planet from a certain series, which they a certain company that bought that certain series because they're creatively bankrupt, they can't think of anything new. No, I forgot which one was the last book that I told you about from my books. Was it the 4th one or the 5th one?
I think it was the 5th one. And you had 11 books as of now, right?
No, yeah. With these 2, the last 2 that I like the Velin books, Velin novellas, which are short, they are shorter format. 11. So if it was the 5th one, then I'm not dropping spoilers. And the 5th one directly, it takes place on the whole planet of that same character. During the time that the main group of heroes helps the locals rise up and liberate their planet. So it's pretty much what all of the feedback, especially from that book, The readers were just like, yes, we need more. We need more. So I don't like to subvert the expectations of my audience. Books, Valiant novellas, which are short. I'm giving them exactly what they want.
And where can people find your books? On Amazon, just search for The Black Knight, or
if it was the fifth
will
one,
that come up right away?
It may there may be some Amazon shenanigans, and there might be some other books that will come out, but you'll find them quickly.
Okay, because I encourage everyone to go out there and read some of the reviews. They are nothing but stellar. I mean, you're like 4.8, 4.9 across the book, across the board.
Yeah, there was some strange, let's say, ratings without reviews, but this is normal. It happens. There are people who don't have time to write reviews, and they're just leaving a rating. Some other authors, some other they assume that these might be errors, but it's not. I'm not concerned about it. I mean, I have the reviews. It's like you said, you can read them.
Yeah. And what category do your books fall into? Where are they mostly categorized on Amazon? It's science fiction, but I know there's several subcategories. So which subcategory do you kind of?
Well, it's either science fiction, fantasy, space opera, and military fiction.
Okay.
I hope that they didn't change anything, but last time they added every year they add new categories, more and more categories. So I tend to with the well-known stuff, even though I would like to add my own genre. For example, for the newest books, the newest series about Valiant the Historian, it falls under the category of, let's say, a successor of the old Sword and Planet. But in my case, it's I call it Sword and Railgun, and because it's the main character is not human. He or she is aided once, either direct or indirectly, in the form of technology, weapons, know-how, etc. But the main premise is that this alien is like he or she they are doing what they have to do to earn their freedom themselves. They're giving the helping hand, but everything else they earn it themselves. They're not just showered with, let me give you a truckload of money, or here you are, I'm going to kill the lord who is enslaving you and just leave you like that, leave you to figure it out. No. So it's a quick read. Each of these books, they're fairly compact and quickly to read, just like most old pulp stories, and plenty of action, lots of heroics, no gray, undecided stuff. You know who is who and why he or she is what they are. That's it.
Let me switch notes a little bit. The Blood of Pirates. is
yeah.
a book you linked to me earlier, and I just would like to read everyone the overview. Okay. The Tree of Liberty is thirsty for the blood of tyrants. Within the depths of fringed space, there float many stellar bodies, planets whose nameless occupants have long since forgotten the meaning of the word freedom. Overlord Key, they, decrees they disseminate from their lofty towers to be obeyed without question or hesitation, protected by their gangs of well-armed bootlickers. These parasites cannot imagine anything but their rule forevermore. This was the normal for hundreds and even thousands of star years, until the defiant Terrans ventured across the stones. All authoritarians, lasers and railguns, and their callus-covered hands. They grit their teeth with eyes full of icy cold rage. They roar, never again. So the blood of tyrants going on in today's society, that I see at least when I read that. Is that intentional?
I mean, the bulk of what you read was written probably 16 years ago, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. A lot of the stories, like they are drafted. They were drafted long ago. But of course, the more I learned from my mistakes and the more I wrote, I grew a little bit, not too much, just a little bit, and I managed to rework them and make them better. So yeah, most of these stories, except I think 4 from this book, they are from my older drafts. So this book, just like the previous anthology, it's previous anthology is amended of Sword and Railgun. It's a collection of my best stories, and plus a couple of bonus stories. But for this book, I added one full bonus novella, which is titled Outlaw Rider, and 2 novelettes, small long format stories. But it's again, just like the previous anthology, the different stories offer different perspectives. Some are even told from the viewpoint of the villains. For example, one of the bonus novelettes in the Blood of Tyrants is told from the viewpoint of a Tazaran tank crew, which the Tazaran Imperium is one of the quote-unquote baddies who are actively trying to derail the Terran colonization plans and genocide them, just like they did with many others. But yeah, it's sometimes it's good to see how the villains act, how they think, and how they see themselves, and compare that to the heroes. So yeah, it's and when you mentioned the Tree of Liberty and Blood of Tyrants, the bonus novella I mentioned, Outlaw Rider. This is Outlaw Rider. You can see him on the cover of the book, and he is also an alien. Is trained by a Japanese space biker
Okay.
Yeah, he is. Without giving too much spoilers, I was greatly inspired by a show, Japanese show, um, probably one of the first ever reiterations of the Kamen Rider.
Mhm.
It's called like it's the well, basically this is a masked rider, and in these shows they're often, they were made on a shoestring budget, and you can imagine it's a very fit guy who knows martial arts, and is riding a modified bike.
Mhm.
It's a lot of fun, and I loved all the tropes pretty much in that series. And I think I wrote something which my readers loved a lot, because I'm still getting emails and comments about it, especially about Outlaw Rider. Even though there are plenty of stories in the second anthology, they seem to love this one a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, for anyone who listens to the show, you all know Bullhorn Barry as my co-host here. What I'd like to do is, I know that Barry and you have been friends online for a very long time, but Barry, you there?
I am here.
Excellent. I wanted to give you a chance to jump in and, ask Ericmar a few questions on your own, because like I said, you guys have known each other for years, and I don't think you've had much of a chance to ever speak in person. So go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My big question is, what is it about these books that is resonating? I think, kind of you already covered that, because in a way, because Censorship Sucks was talking about, the overall analysis of your books. But what is it about these books that resonate so powerfully with people that love freedom?
Well, it's I think that it's not just one thing. It's a sum of many small things, and um, the overall hopeful but also realistic, even though this is a fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
I was heavily inspired by historical events, and that's why I decided to write an alternate universe, a history universe. So a lot of my readers, they like to see what could have been, but without like something way too fantastical.
Mm-hmm.
Like many of the elements in like many of the utopian elements in let's say in Star Trek, and they can see that, they can read that in Star Shattered. It's I mean, well, yeah, you can say that there is a one or two elements which are somewhat idealistic, but even these elements were achieved with a lot of hardship, and a lot of lives were paid to achieve this. They didn't like snap their fingers. It's like, yeah, I have like this food replicator, and I took it from the alien ship, and I can make like food by the push of a button now. Like, no, just no. Plus, I did I did include lots of lots of stories that were inspired by my interviews with old people, some who were in certain places, that they didn't volunteer to go to these places. I mean, without me saying certain words, they were corralled, they were loaded, trains, and then So I kind of know I know that lots of people who read my books they like to read that all the warnings which I gave, and these being like a real historical events, even though I broke them through the prism of fantasy, and I added all the space opera elements and space travel and this and that. It's like the nature of good and evil, they're still the same.
Now, on the world scene today, we have a lot of bad characters, some super villains, as people like to call them. And I've noticed too in a lot of science fiction films, and I would imagine it's the same with books today, that the good guys don't ever win. It's always this dystopian film where you have no hope, you will be destroyed, and anybody who resists will be conquered. Are your books like that?
No.
And
Excellent.
I'll warn you, we've got 30 seconds before our break, so
Well, so
I
it's
see
a
you
real
opening
form
up
of
a major
escapism.
line of attack here.
It's a
Yeah.
real form of escapism.
I'll
You know what I mean?
I'll talk about the quote unquote escapism after the break.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and jump into the break right now, folks. We'll have more from the Black Knight as soon as we get back. Stay tuned. This is great stuff.
We're on radio break.
All right.
Yeah.
When you talk about the elders in your area, that's something, man, that I've had in the back of my mind for a long time that I'd love to just I wish we still had a podcast we could bring a couple of them onto and you can sort of interpret and we could ask them questions about what they see in the world, fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are dead.
Oh, well, we'd have to find some living ones.
Because I interviewed how many years was it? Like a long time. God, I was so young back then. I mean, I interviewed a couple of people for a project that I assumed I was going to write like an article about camp survivors, and people who managed to survive the regime, were repressed by the regime. And I got more than I wanted. It's it was one guy that I just sat there. He looked at me, and we just sat there, and he was just looking at me with these eyes. I couldn't open my mouth. That was enough.
Wow. Yeah, let's get into some more of that kind of stuff though here. Bulgaria, part of the old Soviet bloc, and just the things you guys see and know and understand that Americans don't.
Well, I wrote about these things in the books. I'm always telling people to read, but there are people who don't want to read them. They just refuse to read them. I can't force people to
Looking at you, Barry.
Do what now?
Yes, you refuse to even listen.
I'm listening. I'm just having problems with the Skype right here. It's freaking out on me.
No, it's cool. I'm just giving you shit. So we're probably about another 2 minutes out.
So if you need to grab anything or make some noise.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I have water and stuff. That's fine. It's okay.
My dog is sitting outside whining because there's another dog up the road here a little bit, and she's like, she's just doing this whining thing. It's really funny.
I
It's
heard
like, no.
I heard her whining. I did. I thought it was
Could
because you
you?
were talking and she was jealous, but you know.
Oh
Yeah,
no, he was
I could hear her
just
whining, just a little whimpering. It's more like a whimper.
yeah, exactly.
I watched the video yesterday about cats talking in English. It was utterly hilarious.
Sounds like one of your books, man.
Well, sounds like the Maine Coon cat on Star Shutter, and she's the quote unquote spaceship pet cat. Which is kind of a tradition for the Terrans to have like some sort of a pet. In most cases, a cat.
All right, 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I found a good spot here, Mark, man. Seems like my reception's pretty
Okay,
good.
and here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where tonight we've got with us, we're fortunate enough to have the Black Knight, a.k.a. Erigmar, with us, joining us live from Bulgaria. Wow. So you live in Bulgaria. I presume, English is like your third or fourth language, yet you write these phenomenal books in English. And I mean, I think 9 out of 10 people who read one of your books would be shocked to know that English is not your first language.
Yeah, it's been a long road. I'm grateful to have learned a lot of new things and improved along the way. And those who followed me on Minds, especially, they can see, they can track the growth in real time, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yes, it's my third language, and in the last years before I began translating my drafts to English, I pretty much had to teach myself most of it. So.
Well, it's excellent. And, I also want to congratulate you because it seems as though, the evolution of a writer is one that not many get to that point where they actually can make a living, let alone, some sort of a decent living off of their work. And it seems to me as though you've kind of crossed a threshold since last we spoke where you're seeing some success.
Well, yeah, thanks. The levels, let's say it as it is, the levels of misery are different. So it's been upgraded. It's no longer ramen noodles, it's pasta.
Spaghetti and butter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's jokes aside, it's anyone who ever went on that road, it doesn't matter if it's writing music, comic books, etc. People know it's tough. It's not easy. And I was lucky to have found many of my wonderful readers early on. I didn't have to, let's say, grow old before
Or die.
before
Yeah, die
or
first before
die.
you get popular.
But yeah, I don't think I'm popular. I let's say I'm somewhat known. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's okay.
But
It's
I
fine.
mean,
So,
I wrote a couple books and they never saw much of the light of any day or anything. And if I ever found out I made $1 off one of them, I'd be stoked. $10, I'd be incredibly happy. $100, I'd be shocked. So anything is good when it comes to
oh
seeing
yeah,
some sort of a reward from your work.
yeah.
But now you get to that beautiful point where you have 11 books. So, it's like the YouTuber who's got 10 years of good content and,
Hmm.
he's still got videos from 8 years ago that are getting 1,000 views a week or whatever.
Yeah, generating sales. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
uh, back in the day when I was struggling to publish my second and my third book. Like most, especially in the indie authors, I was seriously contemplating like slowing down and going back to, let's say, having one or two part-time jobs. But I mind talked myself out of it because otherwise I wouldn't have had like so many books. And if I had stopped or slowed down, I would suck. I mean, when I compare, people say that we are our worst critics. And when I look at, especially at my first drafts, because I have them all, I save them, and I look at my first drafts, I'm amazed how many things I did not know. And then I'm reminded how many things I was taught by my readers from readers' feedback, which is one of the most wonderful things. Like earlier, you said that some things in my books resonate with a lot of people. And even though my books are far from perfect, they like the universe, they like the characters, they like everyone. Like everyone loves certain thing, certain element, or multiple elements, and that's why they realize that. I'm not like super professional. Like no, I'm not, and I never try to lie and say, oh yes, I am the greatest ever, blah blah blah. No. I was honest with my readers from day one. They knew that I'm not a native English speaker. It's easy to find out. You can see it on Amazon. You can see it on my Minds page. I'm not hiding it. So yeah, it's like that. So yeah, and if you want me to go back to the earlier point where before the break, where you mentioned something about escapism, and you said,
Sure. Yeah. Barry was in the midst of asking you a question when we had to go to break.
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you remember where you were? Do you want Barry to kind of recap?
I think I remember it. He was mentioning something about the state of modern entertainment where the good loses and everything is post-apocalyptic and bleak and hopeless. And no, Star Shutter is not like that. Yes, there are places where things are not going well. One of these places is Lutoria that I mentioned about in the fifth book. But probably the most important aspect of my books is the is hope. The Terrans, the humans, they're not like in modern Hollywood. Yeah, all humans are bad. We're all evil. We're all this like super bad, inherently vile and oppressive race, which has never done anything good. We're just like we're just destroying everything, which is insane. It's nihilism on steroids. No, it's like the Star Shattered is nothing like that, especially when humans are concerned. Yeah, it's
Now, I've read a couple of your books, and they seem tailor-made for the movies. I mean, to be turned into a movie, you've got all these really colorful characters. One's a hamster, for crying out loud, right?
Oh, yeah.
Speaks fluently, and the Terrans. They're
uplifted. Yeah, the uplifted races, hamsters and bunnies,
monkey,
gorillas. No, gorillas.
Gorilla, yeah,
just the gorillas. Yeah.
And then you have the mecha, the guy with the mechanical body. The whole chapter.
Yeah, you mean this Guardian? Yeah, he is a pilot. He's pilot. Yeah, he's in the ship's engineer and mech pilot.
So, I mean, they're just tailor-made for the movies, for the silver screen. Do you ever think that's even a chance that could ever happen? That would be so cool.
I hope I live to see something like that. Maybe not. Nothing made in Hollywood. probably something anime like made in Japan. Maybe, I don't know. I certainly hope that things in Hollywood will change. They are changing. You can see the collapse of the ESG bucks and the entire delusional mindset. It's like, yes, we will tell you what you like, audience. You will watch what we give you, pounds. give us bucks now. Like, give us bucks. Pay us.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I mean, if Disney approached you, I'd tell you to kind of run. I would say don't let them, because they'll just destroy what you built up.
Oh, yeah.
But there are some studios out there that would do a phenomenal job of this. Or a video game, too. I think we talked about that once before. Do you ever think about a potential video game when you sit down to write a scene?
Yes. I know that there are a lot of skilled game designers out there, and many of them are just itching to get their hands on something like that, something which is not owned by Hollywood, is not marred by the failures of some of the delusional Hollywood producers and directors and activists / actors who shoot themselves in the foot, like they're mouthing off at the audience, calling them names, and it's like, yes, you don't like it because you're this word and this ism and this east. Come on. And from the very beginning, that I was all about the reader's feedback. Of course, that there is a difference between like actual reader feedback and that other stuff.
So Barry, dive in here. I know you have some more questions for Ericmar, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that, Agmar's resilience is very inspirational, motivational, because I think at different levels, all of us can kind of relate to that, of having it kind of rough, but just pursuing the dream relentlessly, regardless of what obstacles come your way. So,
Mm-hmm.
can you talk a little bit about, like how did you push through those mental blocks? Because clearly the doubt would be creeping in when you're struggling, to keep food on the table. I mean, can you see the end, the light at the end of the tunnel? Is that what kept you going? What exactly kept you going to get you to the point to where you are now and where you're going, which is going to be off the charts at some point in time?
Well, uh, what mainly got me through this, through problem after problem and block after block, was sheer Slavic stubbornness. it's just, yeah, sure. If I give up, I will never forgive myself. And after the second book, I knew that there were people who read them and they were, how should I put it? They relied on my books. I mean, it may sound weird, but they were uplifted by this
Stories.
Especially the hopeful humanity without the utopian parts of IPs like Star Trek. It's a gruff, hopeful humanity. It's not. They have suffered. They have sacrificed to achieve what they have, and they're not going to let anyone come and enslave them and take what they earned with the sweat of their brow. That's part of me that I'd love to see that gruff, especially that old school gruff frontier spirit, especially in America from back in the day, where you would, let's say, I don't like to go into some historical instances, but let's say let's say the Alamo, for example. It's one of many examples, but it's probably one of the most famous example, I should say, where your ancestors were just like, no, we're not going to live on our knees. We're going to die standing up.
That's awesome.
And,
go ahead.
Yeah, and I include a lot of not only warnings but examples inspired from real historical events, which anyone who read a little bit, they could see how this is. Yeah, it's fantasy, but they could see that replayed in their minds and then inspire themselves to be resolute, to become a better version of themselves.
Here's what I find astonishing about what you're saying is, yeah, you're stubborn, you don't want to give up, but then there's this, idea that you want to contribute, and so many things that people do today, especially like in Hollywood and in the establishment, the corrupt establishment, they're doing it all for me. How much money can I, and nothing wrong with money, I'm not saying that, but it's all about how much money can I put in the bank account? How can I get rich? How can I sell out? And there's nothing more admirable than seeing that you have worth and that you can have a purpose and that you can actually contribute and leave some kind of a legacy on this planet. That to me is honorable. And that's why I want to see you be so successful, is because you're a dying breed. You know, that's just not, I mean, I think we're turning the paradigm, you know, to, you know, more Aragmars out there, so to speak, but we haven't gotten there yet. But I want to see more of this, and I want to promote people, and so does Censorship Sucks, obviously, promote people like you that are willing to put yourself out on the line and do something that has not just entertainment value, but has true inspiration and hope written into those pages.
And I'm, you know, that I'm grateful for this opportunity. I always wanted to tell people that the reality, objective reality, teaches us that all bad things will inevitably come to an end. And the longer the actors who are doing said bad things postpone that end, the end is going to be more and more terrible. It's history teaches us this. You can't just can't escape that. And those who only take without give anything to others, they always end. Their end is quite sad.
Yeah.
So it's like some people used to like to say, karma is bitch. So
yeah.
You see, with a lot of these people in the entertainment business, they always end up being lonely at the end of their life. Well, some of them kind of snap out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
some it's this is also what gives people should give people hope, is that even some of these people, even though they are like they are drowning in their own
misery.
Yeah, they are almost like at the end. They snap out of it, like you said, and manage to claw back to reality. If they can do it, then a lot of people can.
I think that veil is being lifted, where people see that these people in the entertainment industry, in the establishment, are not necessarily like us, and that they're not necessarily really giving us anything tangible to take hold of with substance. I think the veil is being lifted. I think they're being exposed. And I think that's exactly why people like you are going to become much more popular in the days ahead, because people do want hope. People don't want to be drowning in the doom and gloom. I mean, just look at some of these science fiction, because I call them science fiction films, like, you know, Obama's new film, Leave the World Behind. That's science fiction garbage, hopelessness, despair. You know, and this new film coming out, Civil War, which is all about Americans killing each other, and a Donald Trump figure. Yeah. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And that's what Hollywood is becoming.
The certain elites, they want us segregated by race, by color, this and that. That's like, because when we're apart, when we're separated, we're segregated, it's much easier to control us, and we are not a threat to them. They can continue robbing us. They can tell us, oh yes, in 2030 you'll own nothing, and you'll eat the bugs, and you will be happy. Well, no, it's I myself, I don't want my friends, their families, and their children to live in concentration camps.
Now, is
That's,
there any possible way you could write into one of your stories where all these evil tyrants, when they get put into prison, they get to eat the bugs and the fake meat? Is there any way you could write that into your story? Because that would be so amazing.
Well, I can tell you that I've written quite a lot of examples. All pretty much all inspired by history, to a certain extent. Like, I mean, not 100%, but you get what I mean. And you know that, let's give the example of Romania. What happened when the regime fell? The delusional dictator who till like the last possible moment was giving orders to kill people.
Wow.
And he was thinking that he's in control while he was like the regime was being dismantled. I mean, not that all of these elites who attend Davos are like him, but they have that in common.
Yeah, it's their narcissism seems to cloud their minds to such a degree where they think they're invincible. It's really bizarre.
It's like that. They are high on their own copium.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
All right. On that note, I want to give everyone a chance. Basically, we've got about 30 seconds. Where can people find you online, and where can they find your books? The Black Knight.
People can find me on minds.com under Eric Mafarian. They can find me on Amazon under Black Knight. They can search Star Shatter. They can search all of my books there. The new series, the new Violin series that I've also is the first book, and the second one is Violin and the Booker of Death, or or on Substack. They can find me on Substack. Well, that's pretty much. I'm not.
On that note, we do have to go to break, so folks will be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right, Blue, you want to try to go out again? Or are you just going to whine at that dog up the road? Oh, the door open, huh? I know what you need. I know what she needs. I know what Blue needs. I got a T-bone in here.
How long is this break, Mark?
It's a 10-minute break.
10 minutes.
All right, I'm going to grab some tea. I'll be back in about 1 minute.
Okay.
I'm going to go grab some water.
Okay. Oh, I got a bone for Blue. Blue, you're getting a bone, baby. Look at that. Look at that scrumptious little bone. You go get that. She hasn't even touched it. She's just looking around to make sure the coast is clear.
Good girl.
Yeah. Like, oh, is that good? Is that the good stuff? Yeah. Oh, let's see. Where is my... Oh, it's in there. My koozie.
Okay, I am back and ready to roll. CS, are you there?
Yes, I am.
No, I checked my text messages. I didn't see anything from you, man. So if you did text me something on my phone, it did not go through.
No, I guarantee that if I go look, it'll say trouble sending. I mean, I pretty much guarantee it. It's just T-Mobile does not like do texting very well. You'd think that'd be like an old technology that they'd mastered at some point, like a decade or two ago.
Yeah.
No, they suck at like doing text. It's shocking. Like embarrassing, really. It's embarrassing.
Sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'd love to see Klaus Schwab in an orange suit in prison eating a bowl of raw crickets and grub worms.
Yeah, and that's it. Right? No, like choice. You don't get any. You're gonna like it though. Well, why would he want a choice if he's gonna like it? He's gonna like it. It's good.
He'll learn of it.
Yeah.
If he doesn't love it yet, he'll learn to love it. It's that or starve, my friend. Yeah. These speaking of narcissism, and we talked about this on the show. I think a couple of shows ago. John Kerry.
Mm-hmm.
And he's about the only globalist out there who thinks they're winning. Most of the globalists understand that they're losing great ground. But he's like, what we're doing here cannot be stopped. No president even or patriotic president will be able to stop our movement of total tyranny. We are in control. We control everything. You can try, but you will fail. And it's like, dude, you're probably one of the most unpopular people on the planet. I mean, Bill Gates is more unpopular, and so is Klaus Schwab and Yuval Noah Harari. But all the most evil people in the world, in the realm of the corrupt establishment, they are heralded as heroes. I mean, unless, of course, Amazon is lying. I mean, you look at Yuval Noah Harari's books; they're bestsellers. Who is this? Who are these people that are celebrating these demons, these devils? I want to know. Because they got to be deranged.
And if I'm buying their book, it's just so I can learn what evil they have in store, not so I can celebrate it and be like, hey, this is great stuff. Wow, this guy's got some good points. There are too many people. Let's kill half the planet.
And there are some people that buy the book for that purpose. I bought a few books like that to look at some of these books that were written by the globalists that are just, super evil. A lot of them are out of print, though. They're hard to get, and you got to pay a top dollar for them. I remember how hard it was for me to get. Rules for Radicals,
everyone's library. I mean, that is just
it's
how they go about. Yeah, blueprint. It's what they're following today. Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. If you've never read it, you read it and you'll understand the Democratic Party to a T.
I will let you know right now, guys, that Rumble on the replays, I'm not going to post that. All right, because I got knocked off of Rumble and a couple other sites that I won't post, but all the good stuff I will post. All right, at the end of the stream.
You got kicked off Rumble?
I guess it's because of the weather we had here and they may be working on a lot. Stuff's going up and down, so
okay.
That happens.
Not like kicked off. Okay.
Yeah, it's nothing like. But we
broke
like
rules or something.
Our main places that we go to, like Kick, Facebook, Twitch, I will have good recordings from them. All right, it's just
Eric Meyer. When we get back, the next couple hours are going to be mainly U.S. politics, international politics, stuff like that. Is there anything you want to add from your own experiences before we kind of dive into all that stuff?
If you want my opinion on certain stuff, I can stay for about 1 more hour tops.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Then we'll try to give you.
I'm not gonna rant.
I'm
not gonna rant about stuff. I'm just gonna. If you want some, like if you want my opinion on something, like I will
throw in your 2 cents.
Yeah, I'll
Well, Barry's. That's why Barry's here.
I was gonna say I'm the ranter here, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I have at least I have this I'm not using it. I mean, I'm using it in my books, but have this silly degree in well, you could say it's geopolitics and international relations and stuff. But we pretty much studied other things than what we were supposed to, because some of the professors were from the old communist guard, and they wanted cadres for the different state departments here. They wanted obedient little drones, and
30 seconds, guys.
Like, they were even given courses in how to bribe and how to accept bribes.
God.
That was communist etiquette, pretty much. So, yeah, I just refuse to go there.
And here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we dive into the news, have a cool guest on, get all kinds of fun information, and just generally have a good old time for 3 hours of live radio. And don't worry, it is the fastest 3 hours in radio. Heck, we're already done with one of them, and I didn't even skip a beat there. Like that was fantastic stuff, Eric Meyer. Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate having you here.
Thank you for having me.
And I just want to remind everyone that, as you mentioned before, you're in Bulgaria. So you are currently, it's like 2 a.m. there?
Yep.
Yes. So you're very generous to be on with us so late in the evening. We very much appreciate it. And I want to dive in, because we talk a little bit more about the news in these couple hours. Ron DeSantis tweet, it says, "The haters said I couldn't do it." And correct. Honestly, great call from the haters.
He said that?
Yeah.
No. Really?
He put it on X, yeah.
That's him trolling them. He's trolling them.
Yeah, he's just having fun. But
Okay.
it's funny. I give the guy credit for putting something like that out. It's humorous. Hey, you lost. You're taking the L with dignity, basically.
Well, at least he can face defeat, whereas the left cannot.
I can tell you a lot about communists not accepting reality.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, you're in a former Soviet satellite, right?
Yeah.
So, you talked to me once before about some of the older people in the community and how you'd sit down and talk with them, and they, went through the gulags, they went through the camps, they had to live under that dictatorship, and they learned a lot from it. And most importantly, relevant to his stories is that they can recognize it and see it for what it is when it's happening in real time, say here in the United States.
Yeah, pretty much. The unfortunate fact is that most of the people I interviewed back in the day, they're no longer alive. They were pretty old. They were, and even though I think the youngest one was like 70 something, his health was utterly destroyed from all the things that he had to suffer through. But yes, a lot of the older people here, when they watch TV and they see something happening, doesn't matter if it's in the US, somewhere in the West, they just point their wrinkled finger and they say, "Aha! I watched this one. I lived this. It's happening to you
Give us some
right now."
examples. Give us some examples of what are the most blatant things you're seeing, especially coming out of the United States, Canada too, for that matter, that you just look at and say, wow, this is history repeating itself.
The beginning of the massive censorship, which you need to have this quote unquote working regime. You need a massive censorship apparatus and secret police. From it is born secret police. Secret police like Stasi, Securitate, in Romania, KGB, which was not just secret police, but among other things. It starts with the massive censorship, the massive clampdown. They start seizure of property, and from this it grows into, you know, purges, mass arrests, mass incarcerations, and then when you have like massive incarcerations, they have to build these involuntary vacation camps where unfortunately most of the forced vacationers never return from these places. So that's the end result. And unfortunately, the resistance which people in the West offer is because you guys you've used to things actually working, and the government to be like in a semi-working state, because no government is actually 100% operational. You can't, even though you know from the history books that certain things could happen and did happen, you can't quite realize that it's actually happening, because it's happening slowly. It's happening gradually, small step after small step, and it takes years. It's not a sudden revolution. It's not like even the Soviet revolution in Russia. It didn't happen overnight. But it was like significantly faster and more violent. You're just like you see something, you see one small event somewhere, and you're like, oh no, this is bad. But yeah, how bad could it be? And you forget about all the previous small things that happened, like years and years and years and years. It's like a slow. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts. Like liberty dies, a death by 1,000 cuts in the West. This is what we see, and pretty much no one listened. 15, 18 years ago, people laughed at us. We were like, hey guys, be careful. And you're like, haha, no, it's not gonna happen. Well, this is Britain. It's not gonna happen. This is Germany. No, it's not gonna happen. This is France. It's not gonna happen. Nothing is happening. This is America. It's not gonna happen. Nothing is happening.
Yeah. And here in Germany, there's just a bunch of leftist radicals.
I've got this article up here, right here, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. They're calling for killing right-wing voters, and they consider themselves anti-fascists, and they're the fascists. It really is the upside down. The fascists claiming to be the anti-fascists when they are the ones that are threatening to kill people, burn things down. It's not us, we're good guys. It's amazing how they're painting
Always.
the bad guys as the good guys and the good guys
Yeah.
as the bad guys. It's kind of a biblical thing, where everybody's calling that which is evil good and that which is good is evil.
Well, it's in the Bible
Exactly.
for a reason.
Here, let me read from this really quick here. There was a rally against political extremists, and a celebratory article headlined "Aachen mobilizes against right-wing hate" featured a lead image of the reporter showed the protesters holding a banner which read "Aftler Toten," which has been translated to "Kill AFD supporters."
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Also shows mass protesters dressed in the familiar black Antifa with cops right there doing nothing.
Yeah, Antifa is a fascist group. And that's probably why they try to throw you off by saying they're anti-fascist. They are a fascist group, man. Without a doubt. There is no question that these people are fascist. Yeah. They are violent. They are dictatorial. They are authoritarian. They are lawless.
And they are mostly peaceful, though.
They are mostly peaceful. I gotta hand it to them.
Yeah, it's if you go back and look at it, especially the period just before the revolution in Russia, if you will see a lot of parallels, especially with groups like Antifa.
Now, when you say the revolution, you're not talking about 1912, or are you talking about like 91, or when?
The revolution after the First World War in Russia. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The Bolshevik Revolution.
The problem with Americans is we get this feeling, like, oh, all this stuff that's happening all around the world, it can't happen to us. We're immune to it. It's what I like to call, and other people have called it the same thing, the normalcy bias. They have this normalcy bias that because we've gone along, pretty much untainted and unharmed, where much of the rest has had, all kinds of horrible things happen to it. We pretty much have avoided that. So we just think that's the way it's always going to be. And I can remember telling a friend of mine, just maybe 3 or 4 months before the shamdemic, I said, this normalcy bias, like we're immune to everything, is really bad because we're on the brink of possibly something terrible happening. I said, there's electromagnetic pulse that hits us. We could be attacked by another nation. We could be attacked from within. And they thought I was completely crazy. And then the shamdemic struck, and I said, told you.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with George Soros, Eric Ma?
No, I have no
Mr.
idea.
Knight?
Of course. He's not.
You have not.
He's just. How should I put it? He is not the only one who is doing that, and he is just in some colleagues of mine. They have their own theories, and one of them is that he's just out there to be visible, so that everyone who is researching these things, they could easily see him and he's basically deflecting. He's doing all that stuff. And now his son is doing it. Is doing the same stuff. Forbidding dissent, spreading financing hate groups like Antifa and others. But there are many others like him who are doing the same, and we're just like we have this tunnel vision. We just see him and his son, and just probably the small circle around him, like all the elites who go to Davos. They assume that even though they wrote all these books about how they're going to lower the Earth's population by 80%, we're just like, we're just going to lower your population, guys. no worries, it's gonna be fine, it's gonna be okay. That's genocide.
Yeah, there's no
just-
other way to do it in any kind of a timely fashion like they say it needs to be done, because we're at the brink of basically the end of the world because of climate change, according to these psychopaths. And the only way to bring the population down in any kind of a fast manner, I mean, even 5 decades, you couldn't do it. You know, it would be genocide. And so whenever they say we need to bring the population down to 500 million, they're literally promoting genocide. There is no getting around that, folks. That's just a fact, because you cannot just slowly curtail the population down to 500
they say
million.
themselves. They
have to sterilize
said
everyone.
it themselves. They wrote about it. They kept saying this. They posted it on their pages, and then when we pointed at what they say and they wrote, it's like, oh no, you're conspiracy theorists. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, Alex Jones just put out, that's why I brought him up. Just the other day, he put out 2 images to a tweet. One was a bullet hole in a glass window, and the other one was $47. So 47 Trump, a bullet hole. You know, the Secret Service wasn't there. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, Alex Soros. Alex Soros. Yeah. Sorry, I might have said Jones. If I did, I apologize. But
he probably tweeted it
that's
out
why I got you
exposing
here.
it, though. He probably tweeted it out to expose. Yeah.
But where's the Secret Service here? I mean, they should be at his door immediately saying, what does this mean? We take this threat very seriously. At least
finding out what does this mean, because it's obvious.
It's a threat.
I mean, I looked at it when I first saw it. I didn't have to be told what it said. I could see, I mean, right off the bat. So, and now maybe he does, and maybe he did mean something else. I don't know, but I can only tell you when I saw it, within 1 second, I knew exactly what it meant.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, this is a billionaire. This is a guy with the means to do it. He's got the motivation to do it. He's got all the... so I think that they should take that as a very serious threat. And, you know, how about a notice for that guy?
Yeah, and that's why Lake is calling for that one Republican, I don't know, representative to step down, because it sounds like, if you listen to that little video, audio clip that she recorded, that he was alluding that, these people won't step down. And if you don't, something really bad might happen to you. Because, you know, like he said, the cartels are in all 50 states. I don't know how else you can interpret that other than, you know, they can use their little proxies, the cartel, to take somebody out. And then, of course, it would never be connected to any of these rich and powerful and influential people, say, in D.C.
Yeah. They've got the means, they've got the ways. And again, there's another huge story. You know, she talked about this a month or 2 ago, that somebody high up in Washington said, hey, we'll give you a cushy no-show job for, 7 figures if you just don't do anything for the next 2 years. Just shut up and go away for 2 years. Then you can do whatever you want. In other words, they wanted her silent through the next Trump cycle, and they were willing to pay handsomely to get her silence. And she just said, no, I wouldn't be able to sleep with myself. But that's another thing. It was veiled in threats, like you say. You know, let's go public. Let's call him out. He said, no, next time I start my car, it'll go boom. Psychopaths.
I mean, this is the world that we live in, right? There's all these corrupt people, and I mean, there's brownstoning going on, and blackmailing, and all kinds of corruption. And I think that a big swath of the American public isn't even aware of it. That's what's frightening.
Yeah, they think not here.
That's one of the things that they like it to stay this way, especially if you remember that one of these people who went to Davos, she said, like, yes, we're losing control of information, guys. We should control all the information, and that's why they are apparently they're implementing more censorship, and then this is like through their puppets in various governments, various Western governments. They're like, yes, we must have this law for the good of the people. It's for your safety, because we want to protect you and keep you safe from from word violence, not word violence, in hate speech, etc., etc. No, they want to control the information and slow their inevitable demise, because it's going to happen. They're just too arrogant to assume that it's their reign will be forever, just like the Roman Empire, for example. It's like going to rule the world forever. Haha.
Well, you both. Ferrari. Go ahead.
Or the slave owners in the book you wrote that I read the excerpt from earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was
They are pretty much quite the same.
Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, I was just going to add that, he was talking about Davos and stuff. 2024, these shady, slimy characters are going to show more of who they are. They're going to lay out more of their plan because they believe they're getting closer to fulfilling it. And one of the things that we all know, Yuval Noah Harari already talked about, which was, you will have no free will. There's no such thing as free will. We will take it from you. You will no longer have it. That day is over. Well, now he's saying you don't have human rights either. And you don't have the right to human rights. And it's funny, we were talking about that on the last show. And then a few days later, bam. You see, we've got our finger on the pulse, man. And a lot of times when we speculate, we're speculating based on the data. And we will say things before they actually, happen on a grander scale. And these people don't even want you to have human rights. They want the AI to control everything, to be the masters over all of us.
You see, therein lies the problem. They assume that they will control the AI, that the AI will be just another tool, just another slave of theirs. It's not going to happen. It never happens. Like if they were that omnipotent, they would have achieved all of their plans. I mean, they had, apparently, according to some other theories, they had hundreds of years to plot everything, and they keep failing. I mean, it's
Agenda 2021 turned into Agenda 2030 just because Trump got in office. It set him back 9 years. So keep that thought.
If that doesn't give you hope, I don't know what else.
Yeah. Keep that thought, Black Knight. We're going to be going to a commercial right now, but we'll be right back with more right after these words from our sponsors.
And we're on radio break.
Right after these words.
Right after these words from Nabisco and the new Cricket cereal.
And David Hogg, too. He's still got a firm grip on our brakes.
Yeah.
Vinny, put down the monkey, Vinny. Hey, put down the monkey.
Oh boy. I wrote one very old story back in the day. It was like more than 20 years ago. It was a post-apocalyptic story, heavily influenced by an article I read in one of the old technical magazines about nanotechnology. And it pretty much, like you said, based on the data, I kind of saw wrote about some things. Well, they have different names, but the processes are pretty much the same. And that story was titled Numbers of Society. It was about the last city on the planet, which was controlled by an AI. Wow. And there was some elites, the leftover elites. It's pretty much almost everyone was dead, and they were their descendants. it's like part of a of my universe. Is part of the seventh book in the series. It's the end part of the book, and it's pretty much hopeless shithole. But just like it always happens when the humans arrive, they bring the hope with them, bring the seeds of hope.
Yeah. All this stuff they've been doing, they've been planning it for a long, long time, man. You know, the AI's been planned for decades. Actually, you can go back and watch some of Arthur C. Clarke's videos where he talked about it. And talked about it on the last show. It failed. And then we were talking about X and how Alex was talking about it in 2018, almost 7 years ago. And then I watched a day from Davos where Tedros was actually speaking about Disease X. And he said, well, we came up with this name first in 2018. And he was explaining what Disease X actually is. Disease X is the unknown catastrophe that's coming. So it can be whatever they want it to be. Disease X can be the shamdemic. It can be some new Ebola virus. It could be a cyber pandemic. It's whatever they want it to be.
Whatever they manufacture it to be, yeah.
So
much.
They give themselves away. The Twitter. You know, they named it after Twitter, X.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they said that at the round table there.
They've been calling it that for years, though. Yeah, they've been calling it. I heard Alex Jones talk about that years ago. Though.
Yeah, but I mean, they believe that the Twitter rename of X, they go, oh, it's scary. Oh, it's terrifying. That name just. Why would anybody name a social media site X? And I'm like, well, why would you guys name a catastrophe X unless you wanted to pump the fear into
30
us?
seconds.
Because that's all they want to do is pump the fear into you. They will never get me to bow to their fear. Never.
Ergmar, you're doing a fantastic job, by the way. Do you have any interest in talking about Russia and Ukraine?
Yes,
sir.
Just yes or no. And here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
yes or no.
live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we give you 3 hours of pure solid gold entertainment. And as always, I've got Bullhorn Barry with me. How you doing, Barry?
Well, that first hour with Agmar got me fired up, so I want to break the bullhorn out, and I want to say I will never, ever, ever, ever bow to the tyrants. Never!
Okay. Agmar, he's a character ready for one of your books, isn't he?
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about the WEF Davos and how we got to a point where all the richest people in the world meet up in private and secrecy and hold these meetings where they talk about all this scary stuff. And, what again was their theme this year? It was earning back trust.
Yeah, rebuilding the trust.
Yeah, sure.
Rebuilding trust.
Yeah.
The Black Knight, Mr. Black Knight, author, entrepreneur. What is your thought about all this?
Well, how should I put it? They've been planning this. Even if we go to the most conservative sources, for about a decade, maybe. Let's accept this like time frame. Let's say they've been planning it for 10, maybe 15 years.
Yeah, Agenda 21, I think I saw maybe 15 years ago for the first time, but that was me. Yeah, it was probably around a little more to other people, but yeah.
And they managed to fumble it up. They managed to fail at a grand scale. I mean, don't get me wrong. They killed a lot of people. They made a lot of people destitute. They ruined a lot of lives, but they failed. And the more they talk about it, because they are so arrogant and so overconfident, and of course they are so high on their own copium, But they're oh yes, we're going to do this and that. Yes, you're going to try.
Mhm.
Just like back in the day, they tried building communism. They failed,
Mhm.
but they tried really hard. And you know what happened while they were trying? People were dying. And this is exactly what's happening now, and it's been happening for at least 15 years, at least, let's say.
Right.
Mhm.
Like they've been trying, and people are dying. They just have to be like, people have to realize that without like going in hardcore into heavy conspiracy theory stuff, which most of it's, let's be realistic, most of it's proven to be true. Um, let's go the normie way. We're not
Yeah.
going to go into heavy conspiracy stuff. Let's go into the normie way. What are they saying? You can easily go and watch interviews with them. There are plenty of clips. You can buy Klaus Schwab's books. You can read stuff on their own websites. You have
Yeah.
to be daft to read that, to watch that, to listen to what they say, and then say, "Oh no, they're just talking." It's just like,
Yeah.
really,
Yeah.
And
you
Alex
have
was
to
saying,
accept reality.
Alex Jones was saying in a recent interview that he for years has just been going to the World Economic Forum's website, and they've got videos and they've got articles. You read those articles, you read the videos, you listen to their 2-hour seminar, and you take notes, and that's his show for the next night. You know, like he's just been reporting on them forever. And before
Mhm.
them, it was the
Yep.
Bilderbergs. Remember
And the
those?
Council on Foreign
We don't.
Relations.
Ooh,
Yeah,
yeah,
we don't
yeah.
hear anything about that anymore. And then before that, it was Bohemian Grove. So I mean, it just
Oh
goes
yeah, the
on and on through
Bohemian
history.
Grove. Yeah. That other conspiracy theory that never. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
no, they're just gathering there to have a chat, guys.
Well, they're all
Yeah.
working
Before that,
together.
it was Skull and
Yeah.
Bones, right?
Well, they still work together in tandem, I believe. The Bilderberg Group,
Mm-hmm.
the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, the World Health
Mm-hmm.
Organization, the United Nations. It's just kind of all been centered around the WEF as of lately. Like they're still having the Bilderberg meetings and they're still discussing
Are they?
things. Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen that in the news in 5 years, probably.
Yeah, I think they had it last year as well. And I'm sure they'll have it again.
Okay.
It's only a once a year thing, whereas the WEF and the Davos and these world government summits happen actually quite frequently now because they're basically perplexed as to
Yeah.
how they can defeat us because they're losing so terribly. And it was on Twitter, X, I should say, maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. It was trending. One of the top trends was New World Order and New Order. And that was because of what they were talking about at the Davos, where one of the guys at the round table was saying, where's the New World Order today? And he goes, I don't really like even using that phrase because we've been in the New World Order for decades. It's just evolving. See, that's what I've been saying. This thing has been going on for a long time. They've just been doing it through the law of incrementalism. They do it, by stealth, but no longer is it in stealth. It's in the open for everybody to see, and it's our job to educate the masses, show them the clips. Like I've shown clips to people that thought I was nuts, and it terrified them because they were experiencing cognitive dissonance and they did not know how to handle it. So sometimes you might want to ease into it with the people because it's so dramatic for people that have never heard this kind of thing before, other than just thinking in the back of their mind, oh, that's just conspiracy theory. But then you show it to them. It's like the geoengineering. I never tell somebody first about the geoengineering unless it's actually happening at the moment. I can say, you see that? Just give it 10 minutes and that's going to form a cloud. And then they watch it and see it. And every single time that I've done that to somebody, they were terrified. And they go, what can we do to stop it? And then I say, hey, we got to educate the masses.
Is that a thing for you in your part of the world, the chemtrails?
I don't
You know what we're
think
talking about?
I don't think they care that much.
Okay.
It's just like we're way too insignificant for them to spend the resources and time.
Okay.
They keep us in check, quote unquote, or at least they assume that they are keeping us in check with, and they've been doing that since communist times,
Hmm.
with poverty. This is the best way to keep the peons, the peasants, the filthy serfs in check. Make them work um, massive amounts of like time for nothing, pretty much.
Hmm.
May force them to live on credit, and just and they will slowly kill themselves by eating cheap food.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're killing people in so many diverse ways. It's pathetic, man. The Harvard study came out saying that 61% of our youth are basically lonely and living in isolation. That's all been culturally engineered into the masses, and the shamdemic certainly didn't help it any.
Oh yeah.
And that leads to suicide. That's my point. People end up killing themselves because they're so lonely.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and
that's
it's
that's
really
another
sad.
thing. That's another thing about propaganda, which I learned back in the communist days. The purpose of propaganda is to keep you demoralized. Only
Yes.
only the fanatical idiots will actually believe in the
Mm.
uh, propaganda. It was like these are a special breed of NPCs who will readily gobble up anything. Just like in North Korea, they say about the great marshal that he's descended from heaven on the top of a mountain. He um, when he eats and drinks, he doesn't pee or poop because he's transforming this into holy energy for his people, and blah this and blah that. This is like only a moron will actually believe in this. The purpose of that is to force a lie upon you and to make you accept the lie. You know it's a lie, everybody else know it's a lie, and you have to live with the lie. You have to force
Hmm.
yourself. And there is the fear that if you go against the lie, if you say no, this is a lie, you'll get disappeared. And this is what keeps people demoralized and keeps them keeps them
Crippled.
under the crippled basically.
Yeah, they don't want you to be self-empowered. And there is good news and silver lining in all of this. Once you realize all the different strategies that are being used against you, you can then begin to break out of that conditioning and set yourself free and be empowered. Start eating food, start exercising, start thinking for yourself, start doing your own research. All things that the mainstream media tells you not to do. They tell you to eat the junk food. They tell you not to think for yourself. They tell you don't do your own research. They say just trust us blindly and obey whatever. I got news for you, man. That ain't going to happen.
Oh yeah, pretty
No.
much. It's like the good version of the Pandora's box. When it's open, all the hope escapes, and it's it's like tiny seedlings of hope, and each person grabs one, and it quickly grows and into a tree, and they
Yes.
they spread the hope. It's like one person can help hundreds, and they can't realize these uh, self deluded elites can't realize that Yeah, they might kill millions. Yes, of course they will. They have all that. And
Yeah.
even back to Babylonian times, ancient Egypt, they always did that. And of course, in the end, they always get the most unpleasant result. So yeah.
And if you can look at
Now-
all of your efforts as a seed, that means that it's, like you said, it's going to grow. Somebody else will come around and water it, and then someone that waters it will plant some more seeds. I mean, everything that you do, you won't even see the results of all your good work because a seed multiplies. And I think that's important to understand. Look, every effort that you make, it does send a ripple into the water. You may not see it, but your efforts are not in vain. That's why I keep staying in the fight, man, and I keep speaking up. It's because I know I'm making a difference. I've talked to thousands and thousands and thousands of people just on a grassroots, face-to-face level over the last 20 years. And I can imagine if just 0.5% of 1%, actually does something with that. You know what I'm saying? That's causing that seed to grow and to spread out.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, like all things, the bad things, they all come to an end. Everything has its end, and the longer you postpone that, the worse it gets. The worse it will be. That's it's like
That's such a wow.
climbing
it's so profound
a
what you're saying.
ladder. Climbing a ladder, and you reach you see the end of the ladder, and you delude yourself that, oh no, I can somehow make the ladder grow taller, and you start like building this rickety construction on top of the ladder, and you keep doing it, and you're like, yes, I'm doing it. I'm on the top of the world. I will keep climbing that ladder forever. It's never gonna end, and then it falls apart. And you have climbed way too high. Like you've climbed into the stratosphere.
Yeah. Wow. So now let me ask you a little bit about the political climate out there. Are they pushing the same things down your throat that they do with us? Like literally, you watch commercials, right? Go to any TV station in America, watch the commercials. There are no white people in it anymore. Okay? That's just very, you're seeing that too?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. They take them out. And if they are, they're really dumb. Okay? That's just step one. The global warming and everything they talk about, global warming. It's the little kids are scared to death.
Now it's climate change.
Well, little
right.
kids are scared to death over here. And they also are pushing transgenderism on kids. I mean, those are just 3 examples. Are you seeing any of that in your country?
Yes, they attempt to do that, but it fails miserably every time, and it fails worse. Like it's like every subsequent failure is grander. And of course, the media is they're not harping that loud like in the West, because they know that there is a certain like threshold that they must never cross, otherwise it's going to like Ceausescu 2.0 will happen.
And they also are
Romania will happen, and yeah, they keep lying, and it's like, yes, you're dying, like there is no population growth and this and that. We need migrants because we're dying. Like, yeah, but it's a lie. Everyone who actually knows what the real data from like census is, they know it's manipulated. And there was a point before the regime fell, when this was actually true. There was no population growth because, well, there was, but people were running, migrating to the West. They were running from the Soviet Union. They were running from the Soviet satellites. Like countries like Poland, the Poles were running en masse to England to work there. You know that probably, and I'm not telling you anything new. But yeah, they are trying. I think they attempted something about like reading certain special books in one school to the first grade or the second grade, and the parents just beat them up. They just drag them out of the school and beat them up. It didn't work, and they tried. I think they tried 2 or 3 times, and worse things happened. So they gave up. There were like Soros foundations were paying for rainbow parades. Back in the day, there aren't any more parades because it didn't work. It's just 1 year, another like second year, third year, fourth year, and then his foundation was like, but guys, like we have no more money, but keep the parades. And then the grifters here was like, yeah, no, give us money. And it's like, no, it's like, at one, people are too, they've lived through communism, to the attempt of building communism, and they've seen a lot. They're not easily convinced, and especially like the distrust of media, the mass media and the government, when they come and say, oh, it's for your own good, we're going to do this for your own protection, it's for your own children, and the people are like, no, we don't believe you. It's the polar opposite. At least until recent years, it was the polar opposite in the West. You guys were like, not you per se, but Westerners was like, yes, they're telling me like as it is, they're telling me the truth on the TV. Yes, I must believe them.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think the mainstream media has any rapport in too many places at all, if any. And it's funny because they can say whatever they want and they're not gaining any traction. Whereas the independent media, the true independent media, not the where they get, oh, we're independent, but they're really just establishment. And the alternative media, we're gaining ground like never before because everything that we say resonates with people because we value the truth. And people that value the truth, hey, we're popular right now. Maybe at some point in time where the truth is no longer popular and people want to be blindly deceived and blindly taken over a steep cliff to their death, well, maybe that will change at that point in time. But right now, they're fighting a battle that they just can't win. That's why we're more resilient than ever. That's why we're speaking up louder than ever. That's why we're winning in the information war. That's why we're winning politically. I hope they keep speaking because they just sound crazier and crazier by the day.
Yeah, we want them to want to hear what they say. That's why censorship sucks.
Yeah.
Get it? Because we need to hear what they have to say so we can put it down into the ground where it belongs and let our voices, win that debate. It's like Charlie Kirk going to any university in this country and taking, or Candace Owens or anyone else from Turning Point.
Exactly. And, they only have about the opposition only has maybe 1 or 2 layers at most. Most of these people that are intellectuals on the right, they've got deep layers, and a lot of them have a lot of education as far as history goes as well. So they can pull from that resource. A lot of these people are just woke and following the talking points, but they have absolutely zero depth.
I mean, even the first Marxists had no depth. They were just they were all about authoritarian control, even though they said yes, freedom, equality.
Mhm.
No, it's just empty slogans. They're just another brand of authoritarians. They're just the same.
Which makes sense to why they don't want you to be clever, smart, think for yourself.
Oh
And it
no,
makes
no,
sense
no,
as to
no
why
thinking, no thinking, peon.
That's right.
Believe what we say, peon. How dare you think for yourself?
And it's also a good reason as to why they are dumbing down the masses in the education system, with the food, with the chemicals, with
That's going to
the
backfire.
pharmaceuticals. God only knows
going to
how they're dumbing
backfire.
down the masses. But they need a dumbed down masses so that they can be easily deceived. Think about it. That makes total sense.
Yep. That's
And this vaccine thing, you know, we're seeing people die left and right nowadays, and you know, they're just, the healthy people just poof dead, and they're the most adamant loyalists to the vaccine movement. You know, the one of the guys I'm thinking of is that sports editor down in Australia, who was all over Djokovic, right, about
Yes.
his not being vaxxed, and he literally just died the other day, out of nowhere. You know, who knows what happened, but that's not good.
I think it was a heart attack, and that is one of the major side effects of the death jab.
Yeah, that's
myocarditis.
No, that's coinciditis. It's not myocarditis.
Coincidence.
I can tell you what back in the day, one of the doctors I know,
We got about a minute left.
They said that don't get the vaccine. It's useless. I mean, it's useless to stop the supposed virus. And they warned that old people who jab themselves with this will die. And these doctors were correct.
Lordy. Look how that worked out. Yeah. So The Black Knight. I go to Amazon.com. I put in The Black Knight or Black Knight, and poof, you're going to come up. I have issues. I'm looking for Star Shatter series. And folks, that is a phenomenal series. When I first interviewed you, I read the first book or two, and wow, it was phenomenal. We went through it chapter by chapter, and it was great. Thank you so much for showing up. I know it's now 3 a.m. at your time?
Yeah.
So we got to let you go to bed sometime. And thank you so much for coming in. We really appreciate it.
It was great talking to you, man.
Guys. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Folks, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
God, that sucks to have to say, like, in that, dude, you were great tonight. Phenomenal. Man, that was a really good conversation there.
I may have ranted a bit.
Always good to have you in.
Absolutely, man.
Matter of fact, if you want to stay up for another 3 hours, Mark's got some time for you.
No.
I have to work when the sun rises up. I have to.
There you go. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at that age where I got to watch what time I go to bed. Mm-hmm. If I want to feel good the next day, be energetic, get done what I want to get done.
But seriously, I mean the doctors that were censored in the West, our version of the same types of doctors, like the real doctors, people listen to them here. So that's why we didn't have so much excess death. Because people didn't believe the shit about the jabs, and also because of the leftover communist corruption, because the higher officials, bureaucrats in the health ministry, etc., like the different departments, they all have been put on the list as vaccinated. They have the certificates, but they were never vaccinated. Because they knew it was like a death sentence.
Yeah. Well, a lot of politicians and whatnot in the United States definitely got that treatment as well. You can't tell me otherwise.
Oh yeah. Yeah, only the NPCs got jabbed. Like the yeah. Okay, guys. Again, thank you for having me. I'm going to sign off.
Okay.
All right, man. Appreciate you, Agmar.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We'll do it again sooner than later.
Hopefully. Well,
Us freedom
I'll have...
fighters, we got to stick together.
Yep.
Barry's going to binge read all 11 of your books and get back to you next week.
Big shout
Wish I
out
had
to
that kind of
Cecilia
time just
Adams.
to chill out like that. That'd be awesome.
Well, the newer ones are about close to 700 pages. So.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I noticed that.
That's right.
That's like 3 or 4 books in one, man. That's a value right there. You wouldn't get that out of the system.
Oh yeah.
Especially the.
I used to buy a lot of books, and yeah, every time I'd look at a $20 price tag and be like, all right, it'll take me 50 hours to read. That's like $1 an hour for solid entertainment.
Yeah,
done.
there you go. That's a good way of looking at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Okay. Good night.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, brother. Thanks for coming back.
I wasn't sure if he was going to be on tonight or not, so I didn't do the Ramstein thing for him, but I am playing Pat Benatar for the breaks.
Is she hitting you with her best shot?
She did. But Looking for a Stranger is on right now playing, and then after that, Love is a Battlefield.
Did you say Night Ranger?
No.
Oh, what did you say?
I said, Looking for a Stranger is the name of the song.
Okay. Love is a Stranger. I remember that one. She's gone all woke too, by the way.
Love is a Battlefield, not a stranger.
Yeah. And then for us to end tonight, it's going to be Fire and Ice. Be our last break.
I think I remember that one as well. I used to have her albums
like one of her
and her
first
LPs,
hits.
you know.
Fire and Ice was like one of her first big hits.
Sure. I remember that. Man, I missed the LPs. I might have to start doing those again, but it's kind of costly. The LPs are expensive, but they have made a big comeback, man. A lot of artists are now putting out LPs because it's kind of a nostalgic thing to do, and they sound great. I mean, if you got a nice system that sounds, albums, they say, arguably are better than CDs.
Yeah.
Well, it's got that warm analog sound that you just can't really
get anywhere
emulate
else.
with CDs. But I mean, you know, that's debatable.
You got a needle too. You put the needle in there. It's
You'll love to hear that.
It is beautiful.
As the needle
almost
rubs
hypnotic.
against the.
I'm gonna fucking lose my little. I swear to God, this van, you put something in the wrong place and it's just gone for a month, 2 months, gone.
Yeah,
it's just right there again.
I had a turntable that would go to the tracks. It would advance to each track. I guess it used a little laser to tell where the little notches were. It had to go to the next track.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just imagining things. At least that's the way I remember it. But that was like in the 80s, so early 80s.
Doesn't seem that hard to do.
Oh yeah, man. Music was a big deal to me growing up, man. I mean, I had albums and played them all the time. Music still is important to me.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I don't even know how people live life without any music whatsoever, whether it be classical.
That's why I give so much money to Taylor Swift on their Patreon.
Well, that's not really music. Taylor Swift. I shouldn't be so mean, but anyway, I mean, dude, she's everywhere now. I mean, can she just please go away in the media? I don't want to see another picture of her up in the VIP section. I mean, I saw this title. This was like the title. It was headline news on the Brave news feed, and it was Taylor Swift talks to boyfriend's mother or something stupid like that's news.
Yeah.
Like, oh, she did. Oh my gosh, she talked to her boyfriend's mother. Oh my goodness. It's like,
Let's give a big shout out to Super Sosa on Kick for joining us and supporting us tonight. Also, Gameplay 2222 is in there too, along with Cecilia Adams and My Nickel.
My nickel.
Oh, yeah.
Celia.
Oh man.
Cecilia,
Yeah.
your break. Can we? I don't want to get a copyright. You know, can't do it. They can get away with like 7 notes before they can nail you. For
But you
copyright.
gotta make up your own, tunes like Cecilia. We love you so much. You tune into our show every week now, right? That's
just-
fine.
That's right.
But the sound, the sound is there though. It doesn't matter. You stole the sound. It's still breaking the
Well,
copy.
that's Weird Al Yankovic all day, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he pays the royalty.
Yeah, he does.
Parody.
Oh yeah.
And none of you
Yeah.
guys play accordion either.
That's. I don't know why you just jump to an assumption like that.
Well, you've never bragged about it. You know?
Oh no. Well, I'm not the one from Oklahoma here. From what I understand, everyone in Oklahoma can play an accordion.
Really?
That's exactly right. We play the kazoo pretty play
The
a pretty mean
kazoo.
kazoo as well.
In the mouth harp.
Tuck in your black, just play the bass.
No, you got to play that. What is it? The tub, the wash tub. Yeah.
Mhm.
In the
I play
spoons.
a mean tambourine.
Anyways, we
Did
got
you
about
ever-
30 seconds and we're back
That
on
episode
air,
of South
man.
Park, Faith Plus One, is what I was referencing there. I know you almost you mentioned they had that as a recommended. I hope you did see that. It's funny. It's like, yeah, Token, of course you're black. Of course you have an old bass guitar in your basement. And obviously you know how to play it.
Yeah.
Just bring it to band practice.
Who would have ever thought that Jimi Hendrix could play ukulele? Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the air right now.
Hello and welcome to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Hanging out here with Bullhorn Barry tonight. Barry, man, what a great guest. The Dark Knight.
It's just awesome to have a freedom fighter like him on the show. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do. And he writes about it, man. He writes with passion and like it's really good stuff. Seriously,
Oh, I
folks.
like
Go
that.
out there, go to Amazon, look up The Black Knight or Black, Knight or Knight, Black, I guess is the way it is. But yeah, Black Knight, author. We just had him on for 2 hours. He lives over in Bulgaria, which if you don't know where that is, it kind of borders Turkey on the Black Sea, but it also like borders a bunch of Greece on the south side, and I think was it Serbia to the north, I think.
Mhm.
But in that kind of general area, very interesting part of the world. Used to be part of Russia, at one point, and then was peeled off after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the USSR. So they've got people in their immediate sort of history that understand and knew what life was like before all that. And it's scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. So, and I hope my history there is correct. I just announced a lot of things about the history of Bulgaria that may or may not even be correct now that I think about it. So, yeah, back me up, but whatever. Look it up yourself. But I'm pretty sure it falls somewhere along those lines. I know it falls along those lines. I just might have some of the dates a little off. But What a pleasure to have him on and just show the difference in cultures and how he can really look so deep into our culture that he can write these amazing books that have been top sellers for sure in his categories for what times now.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah, and he moved up from ramen. He doesn't eat ramen anymore. Now he's eating sketty and butter.
I think he's having some really nice pasta dishes, man. Meatballs and all.
Yeah. Heck, we'll get some Italian sausage on there soon, Why
There
not?
you go. There you go. I like that. I'd have to have it
But,
tomorrow.
yeah, I recommend everyone go out and check out his books. He is a phenomenal author, really great guy. And as I introduced him at the beginning of the show, extremely popular online. Like, he's got a lot of friends there, and not subscribers or followers. He's got a lot of friends there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you want to escape the doom and gloom, what a perfect way to do it in some really great entertaining books, science fiction. If you're into the fantasy and science fiction genre, man, go out there and check that out. Do some escaping besides Netflix, which is basically just going to put you in a depressed mood anyway. So this guy will inspire you and you'll be entertained as well. Lots of character development in the characters. You don't even see that very much in films anymore or in books. There's not a lot of character development. And this guy's got a vivid imagination.
Oh, very much so. It's almost like, what's that movie with Groot? I Am Groot.
Yeah, that was Galaxies, something of the Galaxies. What's it called?
Galaxy Quest or something? Yeah.
Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a Marvel, based on Marvel comics.
Exactly. It kind of has a vibe like that without the rock music and the, so much comedy. Although there is a bit of comedy, in there as well. But yeah, it would fit into the Marvel universe. That's for sure. But he would never take that check.
They would want him to rewrite the script so that it's doom and gloom like everything else that's coming out.
Yeah. I know you got a hamster and that's diverse, but can the hamster be gay? That would just really, 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 work, I think.
Well, I think they would go like, let's make him more non-binary, non-gender.
Sure. Yeah. He's way too masculine for a hamster.
Yeah, well, most hamsters aren't really masculine or feminine. It makes sense. Total sense. Let's go non-binary.
Right, so,
let's do it.
Do you know who, what is it? Kia Toyota? The Akio Toyota. The chairman of Toyota Motor Company, right? He did a meeting, with shareholders and whatnot, and said, point blank, EVs will more than 30% of the natural market. Point blank.
For him. Glad he said that.
It's Toyota here, right? They're, pickup trucks, all this stuff, people need it. It doesn't work when it's cold. And guess what? If you're a farmer in Canada, it gets really cold for a long, long time, man. If you need to be, above freezing for your car to charge, you might have to wait a good, 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Or start heating your garage. Heat your garage, right? You got a giant warehouse. Now, let's heat this whole thing so all these trucks can be nice and toasty and warm when it's 40 below outside. We got to keep this room at 40 degrees above. Well, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How are you saving energy at that point?
Speaking of saving energy, they're not even really saving energy with these little electric scooters and so forth. I heard in New York City they were starting on fire, and they have a giant pile of just scooters that have basically the batteries have blown up. I mean, can't even get this stuff right, and then they're putting it out. That's kind of dangerous too. I mean, if you're riding one of those things and the battery explodes, that could be maybe lethal, and if not lethal, at least do some serious damage.
Well, I have my buddy hang out with is a electric bike, and I'm riding around. It's great, but you actually turn it off and just try to pedal, and it is a nightmare. You would never make a bike with those size wheels, position you're sitting in that's not really comfortable, and you don't get leverage, right? It's like the old I don't know, those old like banana seat bikes, right? You had no leverage on the pedal. The mountain bikes finally figured out that you need to be up above those pedals so you can put all your weight down on them and not just use your leg muscles to move them. It's like that. It's just a horrible design that would never work as a standalone bicycle that weighed that much. It's so inefficient, it's ridiculous. But you throw a motor on there and suddenly it's fun to ride around and it's easy and you're comfy, and all you got to do is kind of make the motion of making your legs go around to get the blood flowing, and the engine does the rest. But
and you don't really hear
inefficient.
these people, these electric cars and electric scooters. You don't hear there's not much sound. So that's kind of dangerous too, because like, especially with blind people, that's been a real complaint from blind people. But also, like, say you're riding your scooter on the sidewalk and you don't hear it creeping up on you, and then you move to the left where the scooter's coming. I heard this guy driving his bike the other day and it had a gas powered on it. It was like, and I was like, yeah, that's the kind of bike I would want, is a gas powered one. I want to get some fossil fuels, man, get some more CO2. I want more CO2 in the air.
If you're actually on a regular bike, you're not making much noise. So I don't think that's a big difference in where we just came from, where everyone just pedaled their bikes around.
But at least if you got a gas powered bike, it's loud. If you got
a moped, like a moped or something, right? Yeah. Which is really the equivalent. Honestly, I'd almost rather just have a moped. I really would. If just come down to it, they're
sure.
They get 30 miles per gallon. They get you around, boom, boom, boom. If you just want to go into town and come back and you're standing on the beach somewhere and you just need to zoom into town to pick up some avocados or whatever, easy peasy. Anyway, it's interesting to recognize this. And what does that even mean to companies like John Deere? John Deere are going to have to sell electric tractors to farmers in, Saskatchewan. How's that going to work?
I think we all know this whole globalist Biden trend. It's going to die, man. There's no way. Nobody's embracing it. Nobody wants it. There's protests everywhere where they've tried to implement it. And if they tried to implement it here in the United States in the kind of way that the Biden regime would like, there would be peaceful protest. We got the American truckers coming right now. They're going to be in Arizona. That's my understanding. They're going to be in California, Texas, and they are protesting, this illegal, unlawful, unchecked, unfettered, wide open border. And even Biden said, stop weaponizing my open border. So he's admitting it's an open. For the longest time, they said, oh, no, it's secure. It's closed. It's perfect. It's the best it's ever been.
Was that intentional, or do you think he went off script when he said, well, of course the border's open? Yeah.
I think he's got to.
We need those voters. We need those voters. Of course we got to.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't know what he's saying. Every now and then, when you don't have a filter, the truth. He can't filter things out because he's such massive cognitive decline. That's obvious to everybody. I can't imagine why the fake news won't just admit it's not his age that people are concerned about. Cognitive decline, because you could be 81, 85 and be tip-top shape. I've seen it before.
Yeah. And the other day Trump came out and was referring to Nancy Pelosi, but said Nikki Haley's name like 3 times when he was talking about how they wouldn't add security to, January and all that stuff. Blamed it on.
He did?
Okay. Oh yeah, Trump did. So a couple times, like 3 times in the span of a few minutes. And, so I don't want to say, hey, our guy is perfect. Their guy sucks. Their guy's, ours is sharp as a tack. Hey, I've done it before. I called Alex Soros, Alex Jones earlier tonight.
Sure.
Right? Oops. Sorry. I'm senile? No. But, it's just going to come back. If you look at the left media, they all over this. All over it. MSNBC, CNN, the guy's getting too old. He's not ready. He's senile. And he's a dictator on day one. And he's senile. Boy, that's a recipe for disaster, right?
Yeah, and we talked about what exactly he said on the last show. So if you want to know exactly what he said, and he did not say he really wanted to be a dictator, go listen to the show. I believe it was that the Sunday show where we talked about it.
We can summarize it, really. It's just him wanting to, on day one, get certain things done, period. Executive order.
Legal and lawful things done. Those 2 things that he said were basically secure the border, which is what he should do, and is the legal and lawful and right constitutional thing to do. And then he said he wants to get the oil flowing again so that we're no longer dependent on other nations, but we are energy independent.
Yeah.
That's
and
not
I
being
just saw
dictatorial.
Biden.
That's doing his job. That's called doing your job.
Saw Biden try to put out some dictate, to stop America exporting natural gas. Just stop all exports of natural gas. Wow. Like, natural gas, man. It's clean. Every kitchen, you're cooking on natural gas, right? You cook your food over it.
Yep.
You go pay top dollar for a restaurant to cook your steak over natural gas. My Lord. It's just insane to think of the levels of ignorance that they can try to tell you that it's poisonous, that having a stove in there is like running your car all day, is what I read a while back. Remember that? Having a gas stove in your house is like leaving a car engine running in your house.
Yeah, they call us they call us terrorists for basically wanting a gas stove, or so. It's like an eco-terrorist.
Yeah.
I mean, these people are nuts, man. Let's just admit it. They're not dealing with a full deck, and there's no way they're going to get this.
Though. That's the problem. They're in power, and they're doing it. I mean, the Biden administration is putting out, executive order after executive order via the EPA that are like banning these things from any new home development. Right? If you build a new home today, it's all going to be electric, which makes you 1,000%, dependent on the grid, because you can't just put a solar system on your house and not be connected to the grid.
I thought the Supreme Court already ruled that Biden couldn't do that.
Couldn't do what?
Use this global warming hoax as a way to basically just, sign executive orders and do this and do that. I mean, didn't the Supreme Court rule on that a while back?
Well, does he care? They ruled against Obama several times, and he never cared. He didn't, whatever. The Supreme Court, let's move to this story. They just ruled against Texas the other day and said, no, you can't stop the federal government from cutting down any barriers you put up. So what do they call it? Cantina. So what do they call it? The razor wire?
I don't know.
Cortina. It's something like, it's a word like that they put up. It's a spiral
Constantine
razor wire.
That Constantine.
Yeah, that they put up on a. Yes, exactly.
To keep people out.
They put it up. Yeah, to keep people out. And so the Biden administration was coming down there and picking that out and saying, hey, you can't put this here. It's going to kill people or whatever, Well, it's a barrier. They are on the other side of the river. They look over, there's that Constantine wire, and they can't get through there. They look over there and say, no, we can't get through there. Let's go somewhere safer. Biden takes it out. No, come across the river. Come across the river. Don't worry about it. And Texas sued to say, stop it. You can't take down this stuff. It went to the appellate court. It went up, to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, the federal government. And I will give them credit. I hate to say this because it really sounds dumb for them to not, be able to have this border up. But the Constitution specifically enumerates the powers to control the border to the federal government. And I talked about this for the last couple of weeks about how the federal government has overreached on everything. They put their fingers into education, into health, into everything that they have no powers to. It's never enumerated in the government, in the Constitution, that they do any of these things. The federal government is there for relations with other countries, be it war, peace, negotiations, treaties, you name it. That's what the federal government is there to do. It's not there to dictate what a waterland is on your farm in Wyoming and tell you can't put a dam there because the EPA says no, it's going to kill some frog, right? That's not the federal government's job. So in this one instance, I kind of agree with the Supreme Court because this is enumerated to the federal government. Now, did the founders ever imagine a scenario where the president of the United States would openly work against the interests of America to open the border to anyone who could make it over, cartels included? They never envisioned this. So they gave that power to the federal government and the president without ever imagining that someone would be this incompetent with the job, this irresponsible, this
Yeah, I
arrogant.
mean, if
that he would
that
sue him.
power belongs to the federal government, then they're committing treason by having an open border. It's just that simple. There's no getting around that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is dangerous. That is a threat to national security when you have unchecked, unfettered, wide open borders. That is ridiculous.
And if the true powers out there were delegated down to the states, then Texas should and would be able to defend their border in any way they deem responsible, up to a point where if the federal government says, hey, maybe you're going too far, or maybe you're, but this isn't that scenario. This is the federal government saying, we don't want any border at all. Anyone can come over. If you're a terrorist, come on over.
Now, when Trump comes
America,
back to be the presidency, then what you're saying is when he says, okay, we're going to secure the border, and then these states say, oh, no, we're going to make sure they're wide open and we're going to assist people, then that might end up working against them then.
Exactly. And Trump will have the hand at that point because the federal government
Supreme Court has already ruled. Yeah.
Yeah, it has authority over the states to say, if we put up a wall, New Mexico, you can't tear it down.
That's exactly right.
But then the Democrat comes into office and just tears it all down and says, come on in, and here's, and they're giving them thousands of dollars when they cross over. Here's $4,000 on a Visa card, those little disposable Visa cards. And here's a place to stay. Here's this and that. And you need clothes. We've got a food bank and a clothing bank and you name it. They're getting treated. Why wouldn't you come here? If I was living in Guatemala, I would be in America right now. There's no way I'd be down there.
And I believe that California is offering them free health care. And that's why Californians upset because they work hard and they can't even afford to have health care.
Well, yeah, it goes away at a certain income point, and in California, you need to make a lot of money to just live in the middle class. So, yeah, you don't get that support from the state. I mean, in dire times you will, but in average times, no, that goes to the illegals. It doesn't go to the citizens.
It just shows you that they hate Americans and they want to make America last. And they want to help everybody else in their little twisted, demented, deranged vision, whatever that is. I don't even know what it is because none of it makes sense. But they hate Americans. They're doing nothing for us. Absolutely nothing. And that's what you need to remind yourself of. They're willing to give, all this money to Ukraine and give money to small businesses in Ukraine, but they're not helping out the small businesses here in America. They're willing to give free health care to people that just come over that we don't even know who they are or what their intent is. I mean, it is utter disdain for the American citizens in the United States of America. These people have utter disdain for you, absolute hatred.
And that's why, even a federal income tax is so wrong. That money should be coming from the states. States send X numbers of dollars up to the federal government to do the defense and basic things. But folks, we're out of time. For now, we're coming back. We just got to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
We're not going to take it. We are not going to take it anymore. I want to sing it, but I'm afraid that you'll get a strike, so I can't sing it.
Yeah.
But I don't really want to sing his stupid song because he's I don't know. He's definitely one of those wokesters. D. Snyder. He's 100% woke. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know where CS went. Maybe he had to take...
Yeah, are you there, CS?
I think he had to take...
He's probably taking a pee break. He needs one of those urine bottles that Willie has.
Yeah.
Pee bottles, so he doesn't have to go to the bathroom to take a break.
That might help him.
Yep. Well, today we got a little bit warmer weather for the first time, which was nice. It's been freezing cold, and I slipped on the ice the other day, and it kind of ticked me off. So it's nice to have all that ice melted, and I don't know, maybe we'll get some sunshine. We didn't get
Yeah,
any
warmed up a
sunshine.
little out here too. The nice thing is our nightly lows are just getting like higher and higher, you know?
Yeah.
I got a picture for you. I was driving down to Stillwater, Oklahoma, and I see up in the clouds this chemtrail that actually looked like it either looked like Conan O'Brien or Beavis from Beavis. And I think it looks more like Beavis. I went ahead and photographed it while I was driving with my camera phone. So I'm gonna pop that up and let you check that out. See what you think. Tell me if you think I have too vivid of an imagination, or do you see it as well?
We're not gonna take it.
No!
Ah, we are gonna take it.
No!
It's like F you will do what we tell you. But would you get
We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it.
It's like over time that went from being the rebel song to that's the song that Joe Biden plays in his office when he gets ready to wake up in the morning and like take away your freedom of speech and your rights. You know, it's an anthem for the party.
Okay. So far, your best recording tonight is going to be coming from when you share it out. If you share out the raw, share it from Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
There or Kick or Twitch. Those are the only ones in Facebook. Those are the only 4 that didn't die on me earlier. And then what I'll do is as I take and get things up, and that I'll take the raw from one of them and add it up on the other sites that we normally share out.
Sure. And yes, I'm opening my mail. And yes, I took a leak earlier. And no, Willie's pee bottles are actually louder than just going to the regular toilet.
And we are back on air. Sorry, didn't see that.
Welcome back to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Round Table Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we got to hang out with Erigmar, aka the Black Knight, in the first 2 hours. And boy, if you missed that, folks, if you missed that, honestly, come back tomorrow, go to that there online thing, and type in DREAGUS Productions, DREAGUSPROD, or go to Odyssey, BitChute, any of the major sites out there. Type in DREAGUS Productions and see last night's show. And man, you'll see this show on the replay. In other words, put tonight's show out tomorrow, and you can go see it then. So somebody typed in chat, and it distracted me and mistaken what I was saying. But yeah, it was phenomenal listening to him. And yeah, Barry, if you got something to say, just say it. You don't have to type in chat.
Just trying to frustrate you, man. You know.
Did I see it? Did I see what?
Do you see it, man? Do you see the resemblance?
Oh, in the 2 images. No, I've not seen that. I was looking away when you put that up. We're doing this on the air?
Sure, why not?
Okay. 2 pictures that you put up. Do you see the resemblance between
the chemtrail cloud and Beavis?
Oh. Yeah, maybe. I can only
Maybe.
see the lower photo isn't loading. The top one looks more to me like I don't know.
It's either
Yeah,
Conan
whatever.
O'Brien or
I
Beavis from
Nah,
Beavis and
nah. It
Butthead.
looks like Chewbacca.
Chewbacca.
Yes, more like Chewbacca. Yeah, I'll
You
go
gotta
there.
be
I'll go
kidding.
there. Hmm.
I think you're just messing with me.
I think you need some
All right,
glasses,
so
man.
let's dive into the news. Here's an article from from Gateway Pundit. Trump, quote, Trump leads Biden 42 to 39 among Hispanic voters, with the remainder undecided, according to the Siena College poll released Monday. Among New York Latinos. Okay, so this is among New York Latinos. It doesn't say city or state. Wow.
Area.
81 beat Trump 77 by Biden 81 beat Trump 77, 23 percentage points in New York in 2020. Okay. Now it's 46-37.
Yeah. Well, we all
Yeah.
know that Michelle Obama is going to be flying probably around August. There was a Cindy Adams from the New York Post. She says she has credible sources that people have told her that other people don't have access to, that she will be nominated. Let's see what I believe it was in August as the nominee. And in May, there's going to be an announcement.
Yeah, that'd be
from
the convention.
Yeah. And
like
in May,
they'd have to do it at the convention.
that's what she's saying, and from the New York Post, Cindy Adams, and she said also that in May, Biden will probably be around that time announcing that he is not running.
We had honestly, Brent Hamachek comes on the show every month, right?
Mm-hmm.
He announced this, that Michelle would be the runner, the DNC candidate. I want to say 5 months ago, 6 months ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Roger Stone said that as well. He said that even, like maybe a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. Why not have a primary? We know the Democratic Party is not going to let Biden run. He's not going to be allowed to run. They're not having a primary. Why? Because they don't believe in democracy. They don't believe in letting the people choose. Because if they let the people choose, they might pick Kennedy, right? They might pick what's his first name? Robert Kennedy?
Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Or Bernie Sanders. In 2020, it was Bernie Sanders all day long. Until they, threw everything they had at South Carolina and gave Joe Biden enough votes to get through that, and suddenly, boom, he's the guy. But they suppressed him. They had, who was it that stayed in the race? Elizabeth Warren stayed in the race long enough to basically guarantee that the vote would be split between her and Sanders, and Biden won. By that, what he needed. So no, they talk about ending democracy. Trump wants it to be the end of democracy. Well, folks, democracy, the only thing about America, we are a republic. The only thing about America that's democratic is the voting process. Mm-hmm. And they're not even giving their own people the right to pick their own candidate. It's arguably the most corrupt thing I've ever seen in my life. And nobody's saying a thing about it. Barry, doesn't that get you fired up? What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess what boggles the mind is how Democrats aren't speaking out. They're the ones that should be mad. They should be mad. I'm pretty confident that Trump is going to win. So, hey, if they want to destroy themselves, that's on them, not on us. But you would think they would be upset about the fact that the democratic process within our constitutional republic is being dissolved right before their very eyes, and they don't seem to care. And that's what the globalists are saying, too. You're not going to vote in the future. That's what Harari's saying. So they're just following that globalist blueprint of where these, elite get to decide everything, and then they'll somehow use AI to decide as well what's best and who's the best candidate for the people, because they really fear the people having power. That is really, at the end of the day, what this is about. It's about the globalists, the leftists, the Biden regime fearing what the people want, because what they want to impose on us is not what the people want. It's not what we the people want. And I would say that's with any common sense Democrat as well, the independents, libertarians, conservatives, etc. I mean, people that are going along with the Biden regime are just those people that to their party and they hate Trump so much, their eyes are blinded to the truth. And so they just stick with their party. Those people, I mean, man, there's no waking those people up.
And look, Biden talks about half of America. You know, Hillary did it with the deplorable, the basket of deplorables that she called anybody who supported Donald Trump back in 2016. Now, Joe Biden goes out in front of Independence Hall, puts red lights up everywhere and some communist, I don't know, and spews hatred half of America. He did it again at Gettysburg this year.
Yep.
Went out there and spewed hatred against half of America.
And he's the uniter. He's the uniter. I mean, he cares about us all so much.
You can talk anything you want about Donald Trump, but at least he attacks individuals. He'll go after people. He doesn't say, the whole Democratic Party is Satan, is evil incarnate and looking to. I mean, well, he might say something like that. I don't know. I don't want to say he never would do that.
The Democrats that are in power have become that. They've become very authoritarian, dictatorial. They're socialist, communist, Marxists. I mean, these are some globalists. These are really bad people. Yeah. As Trump said, they want global government. They want CBDCs. And by the way, Trump said under his presidency, there will be no CBDCs. And like Tucker Carlson said, he said, if we get CBDCs, it's over for America.
Real quick, tell everybody what a CBDC is, because as much as we have a loyal audience out there, we've also got a lot of people tuning in who have never heard of that term.
It's a central bank digital currency that is central, not decentralized, to where they will even control what you can purchase. That now they're starting to, no, we're not going to control it. We're not going to spy it. But if you've been doing any research, we've listened to the international bankers. We've listened to what the people said at Davos. We've listened to what the people have said at the EF. They have openly said they're going to control your currency if we get put on a CBDC. And that is exactly their end game. They want to basically put a time limit on it as well. We're going to give you some bonus cash here if you be green, if you're more green or whatever, and your carbon footprint is less. But you got to use it within, 2 weeks, and you can only spend it on this and that. I mean, it's all about micromanaging your life. And that is exactly what the Biden regime and the globalists want to do. They want to micromanage. And the CBDC is the seal on that. Because once they can get us away from, normal types of currency, they can begin to control even more aspects of our life. And that's just a precursor to the digital ID, the social credit score. It all ties in together in this neatly packaged dystopian nightmare.
If you've never seen the show Black Mirror, please go look that up. Black Mirror, folks. Write it down. Literally, write it down. Black Mirror. There's an episode in there called Social Credit Score, something along those lines. And it's diabolical. It is so predictive of where we're heading. That entire show, Black Mirror, is a dystopian horror prediction of potential future worlds we could live in. And the social credit score one is just a perfect example of how this thing can take over your life. How you just live perfect and then you make one mistake, you step out of line, and poof, it can all go wrong very quickly. And my Lord, it's like that. It really is. It's a world where they can say, hey, we don't like this post you made. Or you've seen the meme where you got an Amazon refrigerator and it says, hey, you made a kind of edgy joke at dinner last night, no soup for you. Right, have some crackers instead.
The only people that want to control speech and control the narrative are tyrants. That's the only people. There's only one kind of person that wants to silence people for having their opinion, And that is a tyrant, because then they can control the narrative. And there's only one option and only one viewpoint. It's the official narrative. Well, I don't trust the official narrative because they've been wrong about almost everything. And the conspiracy theorists have been far more right than the so-called mainstream media news. And Joe Biden lies every day. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah. So let's move up to Canada Corner. We haven't been to Canada Corner in a while, huh?
Let's go there.
From Pierre Polyev. Breaking. Judge rules Trudeau broke the highest law in the land with the Emergencies Act. He caused the crisis by dividing people. Then he violated charter rights to illegally suppress citizens. As PM, I will unite the country for our freedom. He quotes a article from True North. Federal court declares Trudeau's use of emergency acts unconstitutional. Yes. Thank you.
About time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just go around doing illegal things like that as a prime minister and expect the world to not wake up. I mean, man, do you remember some of the welcomes he got at the EU meetings when he'd show up there? And they're like, boo.
Oh, yeah.
Boo.
And you know what's funny? Whenever they get booed like that, they keep that smile going and they wave back like they're getting praise and adoration instead of being... It's really weird, man. It's like they live in this bubble like, oh, they're not booing me. They're actually praising me. They love me.
I'm reminded of an episode of The Simpsons where George Burns is, the rich guy, the billionaire guy, the nuclear power plant. He goes out on waves and everyone's like, boo. It's like, Smithers, are they booing me? And Smithers is like saying, George Burns.
That's exactly right. I think you nailed it right there.
Yeah, it's like that. You've got some suck up going, no. They're saying, Bruto.
Bruto.
To Bruto.
Yeah, that's what their handlers are there for, to tell them, oh, no. Everything is great. You're doing a great job. Everybody loves you.
They
You're
love
the life of the party.
I'm shocked that I'm seeing any news out of Canada where, federal court, I guess like our Supreme Court, came down and said, yo, man, no good. This is no good.
Well, more and more people will wake up in places of power when they realize that the threat by these dictatorial tyrants is a real serious threat. And then maybe they'll start doing their job. Some of them are going to be like, well, I don't want that to happen to the whole world where everybody basically lives in this dystopia, dehumanized, great reset, liberal world order nonsense. Who would want that? I don't think anybody, and they're not going to be excluded. I mean, all these politicians, they're not going to be excluded. It's going to be reserved. Only the elite of the elite are going to live comfortably in the Great Reset, or this age of science and reason, as they call it. They call it a lot of different things, but it's all one thing. It's all about a collective hive mind. It's all about a collective consciousness. Nobody's going to be able to think anymore. No one's going to have their rights anymore. No one's going to have free will. And that is what they keep saying to us over and over and over again. The most powerful people in the world are saying this. And so if you don't believe that, then there's something wrong with your rationale.
Yeah. And I don't know, man. There are things like this. Okay, the Gateway Pundit. The jig is up. Exclusive. Local reporter describes election expert Halderman breaking into Dominion voting machine and changing the vote totals during his Georgia testimony. So on Friday, a federal court in Atlanta, Georgia, I'm quoting from Gateway Pundit, University of Michigan professor of computer science and engineering, J. Alex Halderman, testified in front of Judge Amy Totenberg's courtroom about the Dominion voting machines used in Georgia elections since 2020. Basically, homie, our man here, went over to the defense table and borrowed a pen. Do you have a pen I could use? Give him a pen. He put it into the power button in the center of it or something and held it there for 5 to 10 seconds. And poof, he got a prompt, said, do you want to go into safe mode? He said, yes, go into safe mode. In safe mode, he was able to change not only the ballots on that machine and the outcomes and the verdicts, but on other machines too. They could transport this through the network, the Wi-Fi that all these machines are connected to, and change entire districts and change entire networks. of machines.
And
all
why
the votes
why
they're
would
at.
these machines even have that possibility? That's the thing that you have to ask yourself. Why would these machines have the possibility to flip votes? Sounds pretty
Well, you
sketchy.
say machine, they're computers basically. I mean, if you think about it, it's a machine. Yeah, it's a computer at the end of the day. There's a chip in there with wiring, right? And sure, it's got a scanner, reader. It does more than just being a computer. But at the end of the day, the computer aspect of it is all we care about, because we can now find out that if you've got a pen and you can get it into safe mode and no one's looking, you can then
Absolutely.
recode it to change the outcomes.
I mean, if there's
So-
anything that needs security, right? It's those machines, the mini machines. I mean, they kept saying, oh, it's the most, secure election ever. It's not secure if you can that easily flip the votes. You shouldn't be able to even flip the votes.
Yeah.
That should not even be a possibility, man. Believe me, there is some sketchy stuff going on. All of it's going to come out. That's why we keep talking about it. Eventually, everything is going to come out. The voter fraud, you name it, the New World Order agenda, the dehumanization, everything is going to come out. Get ready, because 2024 is going to be a wild ride.
It is. I mean, and there's Secretary of State there in Georgia, Raffensperger, I think it is, has been denying all this stuff and hiding it and burying everything. Trump tried to get this out through court orders and they wouldn't let it come out. But here, finally, in a courtroom, somebody proved beyond a reasonable doubt that these things are broken. We need to immediately go back to paper ballots that are counted by hand. None of these chads, none of that stuff. Paper ballots, you put an X in there. If you can't put the X in the box correctly, your vote doesn't count. Okay? Right? There's two boxes. You check one box. If you check both boxes, it doesn't count. If you check near the box, that doesn't count. It's got to be in the box. You got to fill in some of that box with ink. Okay, that's the criterion. And if you can't do that, your vote doesn't count. Simple.
Yep.
You follow me? The hanging chads, remember those things? That was their first stab at trying to create systems of voting that good. Remember when we took tests in high school and you had to have a number 2 pencil and you had to fill in the little bubble?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? How hard is that? We did that for decades. And decades and decades. Simple stuff. Everybody should get a number 2 pencil.
It's like Trump said, you don't even have a democracy if you don't have secure elections. There's no democratic process if you don't have secure elections. And the very fact that they were disingenuously saying that the elections were secure, man, that should just anger everybody. And look, if it was all being changed towards my personal candidate that I was in favor of, I would still be against cheating. But this leftist, far left extreme group that has formed in the Liberal Party, they are ruthless, man. And they have to cheat. They believe that cheating is okay because it serves their grander vision, their grander purpose. These people, they need to be held accountable by the rule of law. Just that simple. They need to be held accountable, arrest, indictments, and convictions if these people played a part in our election integrity, in destroying our election integrity.
So we got about 5 minutes left here. Let's talk about a couple other stories here. Hamas leaves the ceasefire now crowd speechless because they just denied a peace treaty that they were given. Basically, Israel said, give us the hostages, we'll give you 30 days. And they said no. Okay, now we've got people in Palestine going out into the street saying, yo, man, stop the war, stop this, give back the hostages. Newsflash, from my personal guess, is that there are no hostages. I hate to say it, but there are none. They're all gone. They lived through such atrocities that they knew they could never let them see the light of day. If there are any left, they're on their last leg. I hate to say it, but I don't know. That's going on over there. And senior U.S. military official admits the truth about Biden's coalition attacks against the Houthis. Quote, this is from Chris Gordon on X. were specifically avoiding escalation. U.S. and U.K. campaigns were specifically avoiding escalation when they quote, you hear about, I keep saying it, man, they're stopping, 10, 15% of the world's cargo from going through the Suez Canal.
Okay.
What is this? What is this? Like, you don't do that, especially if you live in a mud hut. You don't get that right. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I think all this stuff with the wars and everything, they're not going to do anything to try to bring them to an end or have good positive results that would help the world. They're going to make sure to keep this thing going. They might do one little good thing here and there to keep people thinking that they're trying. I mean, it goes back to think about it. Remember, Obama said, oh, it'd take at least 10 years, maybe 20 years to get rid of Al-Qaeda. And then Trump comes in and does it in a matter of months. They lie to you because they benefit out of war. They profit out of war. They can maneuver chess pieces through war.
Yeah. And I guess the last article I'd want to hit tonight, and we can spend a minute on this, is Rick Harrison from Pawn Stars, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
His son died. Fentanyl overdose.
There you go. Wide open border.
Fentanyl overdose. Well, it's not so much that as it is. Well, yes, it is that, but it's just, I don't know, man. Back in the day, back in the 90s, somebody said, hey, you want a Vicodin? You said, all right, whatever. You pop it and you go to bed. You don't look at it and say, wow, this might kill me. Do I really want to take this? And then somehow in your head you say, yeah, well, whatever. I kind of want it. Boom. I'm willing to take that risk. Cocaine, all these other drugs are just loaded with fentanyl nowadays. And all it takes is for one little speck, the size of the needle, the pin of a needle.
Yeah, you can just touch it. It can kill you. It has the potential to kill you just by coming in contact with it. Yeah.
So someone's intent was to grind a bunch of this stuff and cut down whatever with some of this. And, they just got one piece. Like, you go put something through a cheese grater and like a big chunk of cheese falls out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. You get that chunk of cheese and you're hit and you're dead. That quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what would make somebody want to do fentanyl. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But here's the thing, man. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Everybody's got to really take the power back for themselves. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, is taking the power from the social engineers. They've socially engineered drugs in masses through the pharmaceuticals. In fact, pharmaceuticals kill more people than, illegal. So
sure,
it's like this is actually engineered into us. We break out of that conditioning and set ourselves free, have a voice. I mean, feel good, be free, be loving, be caring, bring back your humanity and start living a full life again.
And in the few seconds we have left here, I just want to say, Rick Harrison, I love you. I love your family. I love you guys. I've watched your show for years. Big fan. First time caller. So please speak out. Next time Joe Biden says it's never been legal in America to buy a cannon, post, hey, Joe Biden, here's my collection of cannons. And then go fire them all. Boom, 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 right? Like, of course you can have a cannon in America. My Lord. Just go watch Pawn Stars. Anyways, folks, we are out of time. Thank you so much for listening to the fastest 3 hours of radio. We love each and every one of you. We got to go. Goodbye. Say goodbye, Barry.
We're not going to take it anymore.
Peace. We'll see you guys on Sunday night.
And we are clear.
All right.
The fastest 3 hours ever, ladies and gentlemen.
That was.
Are you ready for the second 3 hours? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we're going to do a 5-hour post-production tonight.
Marathon.
No. All right, guys.
No, I don't think so.
Got a little bit here to do.
We're raising money for gingivitis awareness. Tonight we want to make you aware of gingivitis and raise money for the gingivitis
Make sure to
awareness
floss your
foundation.
teeth every night.
Oh, very much so. Very
use
important.
an electric toothbrush.
When
Really
that
gets
goes
in
in
the
a
corners.
circle too. We want one that goes in a circle, not back and forth. Circular.
Circle back.
And floss.
Like Jen Psaki.
Floss, damn it, floss. And send me $10 too. Send me $10 while you floss.
Yeah.
That way other people will floss.
It's all about flossing, man.
Flossing.
That will help you out
Flossing.
incredibly if you can just start flossing on a regular basis.
If everyone just went to their social media and put hashtag flossing down, that would just do us so much good. Hashtag flossing.
Hashtag Biden needs to floss his teeth.
His
dentures. We
Yeah.
both said at the same time.
You know, his family's so poor they share one set of teeth.
Oh my God. That's Aunt Mama Lou's family. All right, got to get set up here in a few minutes.
Hey, I see HD the King TV on Rumble.
That's right. Thanks for
HD
tuning
the
in.
King
He didn't-
TV.
He should
didn't
be
change himself
over
to
on.
Ultra HD though. I think he needs to be Ultra HD. I do. I think that.
Yeah, he should be over on Live Space as well, and probably Kick too, because he follows me all over.
Cool.
All right.
Nice.
Yep.
Alrighty.
So I will catch you guys later while I set up for the next show. And you guys take care.
All right.
And keep an eye out for the posts.
We'll do more.
All right. Well, with that, we got to take and get ready for the next show, which will be coming up here real soon. It's the all-new Cafe Enigma. Let me start getting them going here in a few minutes. All right, let's see who we got coming in. What? That's the wrong. Oh yeah, everybody over on Kick, appreciate you guys and gals, as well as all the other platforms. Thank you for tuning in. I know I've had a rough night on some of these other platforms, but we are back up and running on all of them. Should be. Live Space is giving me a little bit of a time, but we're working on it. Let's see here. Do. Waiting on the folks from the all-new Cafe Enigma. Hey, Informal Canine. Welcome to the chat. Appreciate you for coming in. Big shout out. All right. Gonna get this party started here real soon. As soon as I can take and get in. And get our folks in from the all-new Cafe Enigma, wherever they may be at, be coming real soon. We're going to talk probably about everything from current events to paranormal. You never know what the topic will be. Let me ring-a-ling-a-ling the group. Do. Let's see here. There we go. Take us a few minutes to get together, but that's all right. We'll have about 20-25 minutes of pre-show before we actually start up the regular show. Hope everybody's been doing well tonight. I know there's some latecomers that missed the earlier show, but that's fine. We got all sorts of good content coming your way. Hey, it's David Hogg. Hey, David Hogg, how you doing? Are you there? Do 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 do. Oh, it didn't let me ring the group. Now it will. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not doing that. Oh, wrong, 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 wrong. Okay, hold on here. There we go.
Hey, Mark, you there?
Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong button. It wouldn't let me go into the other deal. Hold on here. I'm going to switch over.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. Oh, boy. When I get to clicking, look out. Sometimes things get to sticking. Oh, no, not that. Let's start the call over on the all-new Cafe Enigma. I've been having a little bit of a night tonight, but things are gonna go all right. We'll make it work one way or the other, just like Deborah Harry sings. From Blondie, that is. Mm-mm-mm.
Hey, Mark,
Hey, how's it going?
you can hear me.
I can hear you. It's David Campione.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I got had none of the problems with last week, so I apologize. And of course, Nancy wasn't there to reprimand me for anything.
Nah, you're fine. You're
No, no.
fine.
Hi, Nancy.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Doing? We're
You
Had a little
doing?
bit of a rough night earlier, but we got everything working out now. Looks like.
You got power?
Yeah, well, I had some connection issues with the some of the platforms, but other than that, we're all good. Hi, Nance. How you
Hmm.
doing?
I'm hanging in there. How are you?
So far, so good. Yeah.
Yeah, everything seems to be. I'm checking. I know earlier there was a bunch of different systems that were having issues. Yeah,
Yeah, I kind of got knocked out of a
Spectrum.
couple platforms earlier, but I got it back on.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah, I'm
the
just double checking.
main the big four stayed on, which was Kick, Twitch, uh, Odyssey, and Facebook.
Oh.
And then, I got knocked out of Rumble, and I got knocked out of Restream, which goes over to Twitch. Not Twitch, but Twitter, and what's the other one over there? Oh, Daily Motion, and what was, and then Live Space gave out on me, and D Live too. But we're back up and running on all those platforms.
David,
Hey, how are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Are you? And how are those new puppies? Are they wearing you out?
Dude, 5 weeks old,
Oh
and
my
they're
gosh.
already like I weighed them today because I had to give them their dewormer, and that goes by weight. And they're at 5 weeks, they're 10 pounds. Well, the female is 10 pounds 6 ounces. The male is 10 pounds 1 ounce. But he's
Wow.
arrived. They're going to be huge.
Wow.
Yep.
I had thought about you with those when you said you got the puppies and the little pups, and I thought, that's one way to bring a lot of joy into your life. And a
Well,
little tiredness too, but I mean, are
the
they?
thing was, it was kind of I told you about the dogs getting loose on my land and wiping out most of my chickens and
Yes.
my big male turkey. But the same dog catcher, animal control agent that was here that got the dogs, called me like 2 days later. She was she was in Wesley Chapel, which is still considered Pasco, and apparently a female husky that was a stray had been hit and killed,
Oh,
and they're the people were saying that puppies under a trailer. Sure enough, they pulled 8 little puppies out from under the trailer.
oh,
So,
and no mama.
not yet. No, 9:30. Yeah. So what?
Oh,
It's up to
no, I was
you.
saying
I'm
the
sorry,
mama
my
got
husband.
hit. Okay.
Yeah. So she was killed, and so the officer called me because they needed foster homes because they're too little.
Right. Yeah. And you did good by taking them. That was so sweet.
And the shelters that young. Whoa. What was that? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, that was weird. Got weird like signaling in the background. Um, but yeah, it was interesting because I thought about it. I thought, oh yeah, because I know it's a lot of work. They're little, little,
Yes.
little,
Yeah.
but she was supplied everything. Like she's like, you come meet me. She's like, I have, we can give you guys basically a kennel. We can give you the things, the food. Um, and because I was a medic, they're going to give me the parvo so I can vaccinate them with their second parvo shot on February 9th. Um, but they spay and neuter them, then microchip them, opt them out separately from the shelter.
Wow.
So yeah, but it was funny because they got a vet thing on them, and apparently they're mixed breed, but their mother was husky, full husky. So they're husky, German, and Rhodesian Ridgeback.
Wow. Those are big dogs, aren't they? The
Oh,
Rhodesian.
my
They're
parents had a
huge.
Rhodesian. Yeah, they're known as
Yeah.
lion killers. They're
Yeah,
absolutely
that's it.
massive.
Yeah.
So yeah, here I am sitting with these two little beasties who are right now fastest. They put themselves to bed. They have
Oh.
they have their little cage. They're crate trained, and I came and sat down in my bedroom, and they followed me in, and literally their doors wide open, and they're both fast asleep.
Oh. So cute. At the time I thought, wow, that's a lot of work, but I thought, maybe maybe that's a happy kind of work that might work well for you at this particular time.
It
With
it is a happy. I know I'm doing something good, and that
yes.
these animals they'll have a really good chance. The adoption or yeah, I guess you could say the adoption agency that is actually handling this, they will not. Basically, they have a really, really strict screening process with their applications. It's
Mhm.
like the application to adopt one of these animals is like 18 pages long.
Wow. Well,
And oh
good
yeah,
thing.
I mean
Good
they
thing.
check everything, and you have to go through 4 different people and several meet and greets. And basically, I have the last say on whether or not they get the puppy because
Ah.
I am the foster parent and I know these puppies better than anybody. So yeah, they're saying even if it was so funny because Sonia, the girl that heads up the organization and also the animal control officer, was saying, if you are uncomfortable in any way, shape, or form with an applicant, just say no. It's not gonna no skin off our back. We don't want these animals being put into a situation where we could be rehoming them in 6 months because
Right.
it was just not a good fit.
Hmm.
So, but I was laughing. I
Yeah.
said to Rafi, I said, so you should see. I mean, these pups are beautiful, absolutely gorgeous.
I think you included a picture, and I thought,
Yeah,
yeah, they are gorgeous. They are
boy,
beautiful.
you've got the boy. The boy is a runt, and I said that to Rafi. There is no way the boy is not a runt. He's smaller than his sister. I
Uh-huh.
said, and she's a freaking sassy little shit too. She's like a bully. We were
Oh,
laughing because I was like, oh, she's a hoot. I mean, she steals his toys, and if he tries to get him back, she steps on his face. I'm like, oh,
yeah, that's funny.
but da- my daughter adopted the.
Wow.
So yep, she as soon as she came to the house, she was like, I want that dog. I said, well, it's not up to me. Well, although it's finally up to me, but you still got to go through 4 other people before you even get to me. So if you really want to adopt him, here's the link. And just know it's expensive. It's $500 to adopt one of these puppies, but it's also a year worth of veterinary and all their vaccines and the spaying or the neutering and all that is covered
So it's a
and
wash.
microchipping. Yeah, I said,
Yeah.
and literally, we both know because Chris and I both, adopted animals from shelters. before, and she was like, when I adopted Rocky, it ended up being about $500 between the adoption and then having to take him to the vet. And she goes, yeah, it was about $500, and then the toys and everything else.
Hmm.
So she was, so she adopted the little boy whose name from the agency was Nemo. We had named him Nemo, but she changed his name to Apollo. And I'm like, I looked at her, I said, no. I said, if you, I would never have called him Apollo. Why? Because his sister kicks his ass. I was like, that is not, I mean, I can think of so many other Greek gods on the Parthenon who were weak that you could have probably named him after.
Yeah,
Apollo
Morpheus would
not
probably
being one
been
of them.
Morpheus would
But
have probably
maybe
been up there as well as like Bacchus or maybe
Herbaceous. I
Bacchus.
mean, there's a couple of them. So it's like, Apollo,
Not
really?
Cupid, though. Not
Oh,
Cupid.
and then the
Oh.
female, I call her Nessie, the Loch Ness monster, because she really, she's a hoot. And Raphael keeps saying, oh, she's this and she's that. I said, no, she's going to be a great dog for somebody. I said, she's super protective.
Uh-huh.
She's got lots of personality to her, but whoever gets her needs to have a big yard. And she's got the husky in her. I said, so
Hmm.
if they have a fence, they better freaking put barbed wire under that fence because those dogs dig like nobody's business. I said they
Wow.
could dig their way out of prison. It's just, oh yeah.
Oh. Well, if it's a watchdog, you name her Timex or Rolex or.
Oh God. I mean, well, it was just so strange because, like I said, it was to have the experience I had with my neighbor's dogs, killing off my flock, and then to have to be called in and asked by the animal control officer to help.
Yeah.
And her thing was just like she said to me, she goes, I've never been to somebody's house where they had so many different varieties of animals and everybody got along like it was one family.
Yep.
She said, I go in your house and you've got, 9, 10 cats, 3 dogs. And she said, and everybody's laying with each other, like, gang pop. I said,
Yeah.
oh, yeah. No, I said, that's just the way of it. And they don't chase my birds. I said, the cats and the birds are live in peace and harmony, and the dogs and the birds are fine. I said, it's not acceptable for anything else. So this is how they have to live.
Yeah. It's like it's in the house. The vibes are there. And they all get along.
Well,
Oh,
I
that's
think
great.
my daughter was telling me too, because I can't even give her. I told her you can't have your puppy until he's older. He's 12 weeks before I can give him to you.
Uh-huh.
Um, and she says, but mom, they let you adopt. You can get him at 8 weeks. And I'm like, no, that's one of the things with the agency, and I agree with them on that. It's 8 weeks is too young. I said 12 weeks. I said by that time, I said he's already pretty much potty trained. They learned from my dogs real quick.
Mhm.
I said what little accident here or there, but it's normal. They're infants still.
Right.
I said the fact that they even know to go to the door is just amazing to me.
And
But
they learned from the other dogs. That's
they
amazing
followed the
too.
other dogs out. Yep.
Yeah.
And they're like the little girl. She's really smart. She goes to the door and yips.
Uh-huh. Aw. She knows what's going on. She's in charge.
There we go. I am having
Mm.
all sorts of connection issues. Hang on a minute. I just got kicked out again. That was weird. My phone keeps switching from internet to regular phone. Okay, so I'm just going to take it off the internet completely and put it on.
I
There we go.
rebooted the router earlier.
You what?
I rebooted the router earlier.
No. But I was back up on the router. It's still popping me off. So I went ahead and just went over to 5G.
Hello, Raphael.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, Raph.
Good. How are you?
Hey, Mark.
What's going on?
Not much. Just same old, same old.
Where's John
Hey, I
at?
think it's
We
exciting
got
at your
we
house
got
with dogs.
David. We're good.
You guys are gonna have to excuse me tonight. I'm glad Rafi's in with me because I was throwing my guts up last night, and no, it's my granddaughter
Oh
came home
no.
from school sick on Friday, and I said to my
No.
daughter, "Is she okay?" And she says, "Oh yeah, Ma, it's just a cold." To the doctor, it's just a cold. She's fine. No, and
Oh
no.
no. Not
I was running
again.
a fever yesterday, and literally, like Raphael's looking at me, going, "You cannot take your mother to the eye doctor. You're hot. You need to go lay down." And I'm like, I just looked at him. I said, "Yeah, but Ava wasn't sick. No, she was fine. Just a little cold." Yeah, that child hasn't been back to school
Right.
since Friday.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, she had to go back to the doctor today, and they're like, "Oh, it's a sinus infection. It's a little bit more than a cold."
But,
Oh,
but what do you have? What did she give you?
well, she got sent home from school Monday for throwing up.
Oh, okay.
So whatever this is, it involves the upchucking of everything in your stomach. Trust me on that one.
Oh no.
So yeah.
Poor Nancy.
Well, and I said to Ralphie, if I'm doing that's my body trying to expel everything, trying to get rid of the bug. I wasn't just throwing up. It was both directions with me. I'm like, that is usually my body's way of saying it's ejecting the bug. But I'm still like today. I don't feel nearly as bad today, but I'm still really tired. I'm just like I said to my daughter. I feel like I got hit by a train.
Washed out, really.
Oh my god!
Pardon,
I
I'm sorry.
said, Christina. Your famous last words were, "Oh, they're not that sick." Oh, thanks. From now on, not that sick is now going to be a disqualification for me babysitting.
Is D with us yet?
Yeah.
Is he here tonight?
Yeah, Dee's there.
Okay.
Dee's on mute. He's there. D,
Can you
Dave,
guys?
and John are
Yeah.
all on mute.
Yeah. Now, Nance, even if you can't do much, make sure that he takes his breaks on time. we we had a
What
little problem
happened?
with that last week.
Yeah. Gonna tell
You
on
know,
him.
this isn't Think Out Loud Radio or a podcast.
Is that why he's on mute so he doesn't yell at you?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. He's off mute.
I was
Go
going to say,
ahead,
I
D.
can't do much, but I can tell you to bite me.
Oh
Oh,
well.
cat fight.
Meow.
Meow.
Well, we just got too excited last week and just didn't.
The hell were you guys excited about?
Hey,
Who
now,
cares?
that last week was one of them shows that went by just boom.
It did. You
What
got
the hell?
carried the day.
What in the God's name were y'all yapping about last week?
Naked ghosts.
Oh Lord, I don't even know if I
Yeah.
want to go there.
You missed it. You missed it.
Mark,
Oh,
Mark can tell you, for 10 years, I have been asking paranormal people, you always see ghosts in period dress. How come when you're doing a brothel, you never see a naked ghost?
how do you know somebody hasn't?
Nobody's ever said.
Well, there
And
again, I think if you're in a brothel, usually you're not seeing residual in brothels. It's usually something violent that's occurred. So, I mean, I guess that could be part of it. I've never done a brothel ever. I live in a house
Are
that
there
used to be a
brothels?
brothel.
Nancy, I have actually asked ghost hunters that and had them get mad and leave the chat.
Why?
I
It's a
don't,
good question.
I tell them straight, I'm not trying to be funny.
That's like when you talk to like people investigations in like New York and Pennsylvania, and they go into these areas, supposedly it's a 200, 300-year-old building or area, and it goes back to the settlements, and they get EVPs, and the EVPs are in like modern day English, and I'm like, now first of all, yeah, that would be something more current, because if you are actually going to the time period that you're discussing, you would have either had Dutch or English, or like proper English, and actually Middle English
Maybe
at that point.
even French
Right.
up in the
So,
upper Northeast
yep,
or
yep,
lower.
and not to mention the Native American.
Yeah.
I, you get
Right.
EVPs on Native American burial sites, and they're in English. No, no, and no, no.
Paul.
But
I mean,
Nancy, they're just trying to help out.
Mhm.
oh yeah. Well, the ghosts know because they have translators. I'm like,
Yeah,
you know,
they
they're
use Google
omniscient now,
Translate.
so they
That's
keep
right.
up.
They tap into Google Translate over the internet.
That's right.
We all know how Google Translate works.
I could just see going to an Indian burial site and get, oh, I say, my old boy, my good man.
Or you know, drum beats and hey oh, Americans suck. What?
Yeah.
You might be picking up radio waves if you heard America.
What was that?
Funny though, because I've suggested that to other investigators, that sometimes what we pick up and what we think are EVPs could actually be residual radio waves, because people forget radio waves will continue to rebound.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
you
do.
get
You're right.
broadcasts for years and years, and I mean, years later, you get a broadcast that was just continuing to rebound off different surfaces or areas. So it just depends on where you are geologically located. There's so many things that come into play, but it's not out of the question.
Hmm.
I mean, so it's kind of like Amelia Earhart. People tried to explain why some of their, you know, radio signals were heard in areas where they should not have been. It was the way the acoustics were bouncing, and they were heard like a week after the fact. Well, again, radio waves, you know, they
They keep
don't
going.
follow the laws that you think they do. So they just keep going and going. So it's
All the way out to space, and then some.
yep. Yep.
From me, American woman.
Oh no.
Well,
Hey,
as
Mark,
long
is
as
Jack jumping in with us tonight too?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I saw where he was thinking about it, so I'm hoping he does. I got his book. I read his book. It was freaking awesome.
Crap.
is that Campions? Is that
No,
No.
for Jack Carey.
Okay? Yeah.
That was the Enoch Code. It was really, really well done.
Yeah, that's good. Very timely. You know.
I told him I was going to order it, and I did, and I was not unhappy with that order, because it was just it's he really did his research,
Mhm.
which I always like to see. I mean, it's not what he's written in that book. He's not guessing. He's giving you documented background on it.
Right.
So it was well done.
Good. It's valuable information, especially currently.
Oh, so
Yeah.
what do you guys think? Do you guys think that, Texas is going to basically be the powder keg that kicks everything off here?
Uh,
They're
let's hope
calling
so.
for, apparently the Democrats in Congress are calling for Biden to go take over the Texas guardsmen.
Really?
Oh,
And
Yeah,
don't
Abbott
go.
has
mess with
said,
Yeah,
Texas.
let them try to do that.
I
Yeah,
was
Yeah.
going to
really.
say, Abbott has pretty much told Biden to go F himself. And
Yeah.
I'm like,
That.
this is exactly how the Civil War started.
Yeah.
It was over states' rights. If people could say it was over slavery all day long, it was not about slavery. It was definitely about states' rights.
Mm-hmm.
And yep, we're seeing it again. And if they do it, I'm telling you, it's gonna kick it off hard.
Yeah.
Yep. But I mean,
Oh,
Texas, they should know we don't mess with
there's
Texas.
been a big deal here in Texas to secede for years.
Yep.
That's true.
The Texas
You guys can
nationalist movement.
secede. Florida can secede. There's only certain states that
TNF.
actually can secede.
But Texas can secede and divide itself into 4 states.
Or annex Oklahoma and parts of Montana and other places. Because they would, if they did, they would want all the old land when it was originally under Texas territory.
Yep.
And
It was a big
there's been a
territory.
lot of, the federal government still hasn't given any of the gold back that Texas asked for, that went to New York that they borrowed, and they'll want interest on that.
Yeah, right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They're going to get on that.
Yeah.
And Mexico's
Well,
wanting
I
reparations.
figure, just taking the lands back from where, all the major bases in the United States for recruiting and, the Air Force, you go to Lackland. Oh, the Army, you go to Fort Hood. So, all your training bases are here.
Yep.
Time mark.
Yep.
Oh, we got a minute or so yet.
Don't they know not to mess with Texas? Doesn't Biden know that?
Yeah.
I mean, those people aren't going to put up with it.
Don't mess with
No.
Texas.
Problem is that Texas has had a lot of blue infiltration. So you guys have got your problems politically over there. But I think you start, because the guardsmen are doing the correct thing. And I know Florida will back them up. I know that. I know DeSantis will send our people over there. That's a given. There's actually several states that'll probably send their guard.
Yeah, probably Tennessee too.
Yep.
Tennessee's helped Texas before.
Yeah, but not against their own federal government. I don't see how the Supreme Court ruled the way they did.
Okay, you got 30 seconds now.
That's because they're corrupt.
You think?
Yeah.
Maybe.
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
All right, it's time for another all-new Cafe Enigma. That's right. It's time to gather the question. Is Nancy Pelosi and Bigfoot having a love child? Anyway, this is the 24th of January 2024, and it is 9:30 here on the East Coast. And tonight, I am your host, Big D, coming to you live from the Double Wide Bunker here in an undisclosed location of Franklin, Georgia. With me tonight is my co-host, partner in crime and hard times, and generally the smartest woman I have ever met, Nancy. Hi, Nance.
I heard y'all misbehaved last week. I'm just saying.
We didn't misbehave.
Cat was away. The mouse done played.
Yep.
We just had to
We
pick it.
missed you. We missed you a lot.
A lot.
A
We
lot.
it could have
we had
been
to
fun
pick your
because D was a little running behind last week, and I was
He was very running behind.
ready to hand the reins over to John. Look out!
And John said no.
John said, "There's D.
No, he
There's
didn't.
D in
He
the
said,
lobby
"Hold
right
on, let me
there."
get Diesel on here. He's here. He's here. I know he is. Couple more minutes, and here comes D."
Yeah, it was one of
Because
nights, Nancy. It was one of those nights when not only did Skype decide to reboot, but my entire computer system decided to reboot.
I was gonna say, did you forget you were on mute again?
Huh?
I was gonna ask if you forgot you were on mute again because you've done that.
Everything decided to reboot. Well, listen, as many of you who have listened to the show know, and we're going to explain to those of you who are new to the show, we'd like to welcome everybody on all the channels that we are being heard on tonight. We have, Nancy don't do this by ourselves. We have with us tonight Nancy's counterpart, the Raw
Counterpart.
You know, Raw. He shows up with Raw.
Raw. Yeah, that's a good name.
We're gonna give him a fat head.
And we have the guy that helped ET phone home, Dave Campione. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you doing? Good to hear everybody.
We've got our in-house resident Pixie, our fairy of our own story. We've got Vic with us tonight. Hi, Vicky.
Hey, good to be here.
And the guy, that can call UFOs simply by sitting in the bed of his pickup truck.
Yep. What?
You know what? What was that guy's name? There was a guy, I think it was out in, was it California or Arizona or New Mexico? It was one of those states, either Arizona, New Mexico, or California. And he would call UFOs. It was back in like the early 2000s.
Yep. And they just recently, they took a portable brain scanner thing, and his brain patterns actually change when he's doing it.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Well, I don't
they
worry
did
about that
much
because I only got two rattling around anyway.
I was gonna say he had like a cult following. I mean, it was a pretty big thing.
See, John sits in the back of his truck, shakes his head. It sounds like a set of maracas.
I got a recliner back there, so I'm all relaxed and looking up, not straining.
I can attest to that. He has a recliner. He does.
I want to do it comfortable.
Anyway.
No, I got a great big military truck. Keep me out of the mosquitoes.
Anyway, tonight, folks, we're going to get started. There's no telling where this group is going to go to. If y'all bear with me for just a second, I have got to get a couple of things off my chest.
Not a tutu, though.
Oh, I got my angry tutu on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my black.
I was gonna say you can have laser hair removal done any day, D. That's not a big deal.
Oh, I'm into Brazilian.
Who needs a laser?
Hell to hell no.
If you are a mainstream media journalist, if you are writing articles to get your journalistic website on the internet up and off the ground, if you're writing a blog, please do me. Look up a little tool. This is the neatest thing since sliced white bread. It's called a spell checker. Would you please? I have been reading articles where I have had to decipher an ancient language. You morons. You can't even take the time to make sure words are spelled correctly. Secondly, I have a panel question. Other than the first letter of a word, when did T's become silent? It's mountain, not mountain.
When your tongue gets tired.
I have actually lately, and I'm saying within the last 6 months here, been catching professionally paid announcers and journalists on TV and hosts of shows who cannot speak the English language anymore. It is maddening to me. Well, we went up to the mountain. The what? The mountain. You mean
you got to stop talking to people that are missing their teeth.
It's like Joe Pesci and what's the movie we watched the other day, Nancy? Uncle Vinny.
My cousin Vinny. My cousin Vinny.
The youth.
The Utes.
You two
What the hell
question.
is
a youth?
Yeah. What about nuclear? Oh, that drives me crazy. Nuclear.
Folks, it seems like the more years we go past 1970, the dumber some of y'all getting. That's just my take on some of the things in the world. Okay. World Economic Forum's been getting a lot of news lately. Have you been reading that, Nance?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now they want to save the
Where
world. Now they want to save the world by taking away coffee from the masses.
Yeah.
True story. Because of CO2 emissions when it's brewing.
Yeah, that's my crap.
Yeah.
Oh, I know my coffee drinkers now. Look at y'all. Everybody's lighting up on the board right now. Uh-huh. I see you. I see
Yeah,
you.
I need my cup right now. Forgot about it.
These are supposed to be highly educated people.
Well, you know the difference between book smart and common sense.
Well, they want to convince us of a lie that has been proven to be a lie. They're still trying to use it because they won't. And I'll tell you why I don't believe in it. They won't answer one question. Simple question. How do we know this is not another cycle the Earth is going through?
They don't. Back in the 80s, Leonard Nimoy was doing documentaries saying that we were going through a new ice age.
Yeah.
Well, actually, that was the 70s.
Was it the 70s? Yeah, there you go.
See, if you listen to the arguments that they're making about CO2 emissions and global warming and all this today, they're not preaching to people like me.
No.
Because the exact same, almost word for word, were used back in the late 70s, early 80s. Oh my God, we're going to all freeze to death.
I know.
And that because of a hole in the ozone. And that was proven to be a bunch of BS because it wound up, it was one 90-minute flight that they took some readings. That's what all of global cooling was based on. So, anyway.
Well, I think actually we may see global cooling now because of all the volcanic activity we're having. And I've been saying that people don't understand. Volcanic activity does not make the heat rise. It makes the planet cool down because it puts the ash up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, blocks the sun.
It blocks the sun.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have a lot of volcanoes just freaking popping off left and right now. So it's, yeah.
Can I use their argument to your statement?
Mm-hmm.
Apples and oranges, apples and oranges.
You know, but okay, see, the way you just said that segues into another thing, especially with the WEF and the WHO. And it's something I've been trying to point out to people for years now. If you look at the people who are on their quote unquote boards or their little councils, okay, because they have sub councils, they have subcommittees, they have all these other things that advise and give information to. Well, if you look at like the World Health Organization, almost the people involved in the World Health Organization at a decisionary level have anything to do with health at all. Like they got appointed a lot of times because of the fact they're transgender, or go look at who these appointees are and look at their history. And it's like, what are we doing? Are we just playing who's popular and giving these people the ability to make massive decisions that affect most of the world? I mean, they're trying to push this new pandemic treaty right now. And now they're talking about disease X that they said is coming out of China, which I'm calling bullcrap on right now. Okay, because it's supposedly it's a variant of COVID that will affect the central nervous system, and it has 100% fatality. So, I mean, you're talking about basically a zombie disease. And again, I pointed it out. The CDC has had an actual to-do list on their website in case of a zombie apocalypse for about 8 to 10 years now.
Doesn't Amazon too?
Yeah. Yep. And now they have a disease that they've named Disease X. And there's quite a bit. Actually, you're starting to see it pop up in a lot of places where it's being talked about, which means they want us to fear it. They're stirring the cauldron. So, and again, it's gonna come out of China. Like, this is so much crap. If I were the Chinese and the Russians right now, I'd beat us to a pulp just for the fact that we put all the crap on them every damn time. And 90% of the time we find out 10 years down the road, it was us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even we're not getting 10 years down the road. We already knew it was us. Some of them knew it was us in the very beginning. We knew. I mean, when they arrested that professor from Harvard at Logan Airport, Raphael and I both, we talked about it the week it happened on the air. And I said at that point that he was either carrying, he either had the virus with him or he had the antidote with him. One of the two. Because they confiscated biological materials from them. And apparently he had 3 Chinese agents with him. So they confiscated the materials. Nobody ever found out what those materials were. Charges against him were dropped. And of course, we're finding out all these connections with Harvard and with Fauci and with COVID and all the research that was done and all the research that preceded the actual COVID event.
Yep.
So,
like in North Carolina.
Again, I mean,
yeah,
we're not American universities. I mean, Rafi,
Chapel Hill.
He'll jump in. We talked about Canadian universities that were involved in this also, and this was at the beginning.
Plus DARPA and Winnipeg.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, Defense DSL-4 labs.
Yep. So I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow. It's an even harder pill to swallow that people willingly signed away their rights and took that stupid jab without even a thought something could be wrong. When you're given a piece of paper by the federal government that holds them harmless, and you say, "Sure, give it to me anyway."
Hey, Nance.
Yeah.
We've been trying to tell people. The government is very aware of what is going on with all of this COVID and crap, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of HR 3832?
Nope.
House Resolution HR 3832. This has been passed, by the way. It was passed in the dead of night without any fanfare.
Oh, no.
During the 118th Congress. This is about 6 months ago.
Disease X. Yeah, that's HR 3832 is Disease X.
Yep.
Isn't that where they sign away all the rights and they give it to a World Health Organization?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's Disease X. That's what I'm saying. And now they're spooling it out and saying that basically this is a real thing. And it's like how, and again, I said to somebody, notice we have an election year. It's an election year. I was like, and so everything's ramping up. Suddenly you have a very, very interesting strain of COVID that's taken a lot of people down. You've got RSV that's supposedly going rampant. You've got the flu that's taken everybody down. And of course they're going to push for mail-in voting. I'm like, I told you guys, I'll said it before, I'll say it again. I do not think we're going to have an election.
Yep.
I don't think so either.
It just keeps pushing in that direction. And now, actually, I'm reading right now as we're talking. General Mike Flynn put out a statement today about Texas, basically saying that the Constitution pretty much requires Texas to have an armed response if the federal government tries to intercede. So
Yeah.
basically, Mike Flynn is telling Texas, "Yep, you have a right to go to war over this."
Green light. Green
And
light.
wouldn't it be funny if the Texas legal or the Texas jail system was soon housing several FBI agents?
Mm.
Wouldn't that be hysterical? You know, if I'm talking about Texas, if I understand it right, they had a park area down against the Mexican border.
Yep. That's what caused all this.
And they have now reclaimed it.
Eagle Pass.
Yep.
Yeah,
Sent troops through there and cleaned that place out.
Yep. And they put up the wire. They have surrounded the whole place. The place looks like a demilitarized zone, but rightfully so. And they're arresting people, arresting illegals coming across left and right. They're, literally arresting them and carting them off. And it's funny when you read the interviews, the Border Patrol people have no problem with the Texas Guard doing this. I think they're actually probably at this point because they were overwhelmed.
Right.
And the rank and file are not on board with this. I actually caught a video. Actually, the sector chief, is trying to talk them down. Like, oh, you got to keep my no morale down. But he's trying to give them the pep talk, and they're all like, "This is bullshit. We're not on board with this. This is totally the opposite of what we signed up." And yeah, they're obviously going to be they're going to be rooting for Texas. And as far as Texas goes, the other thing people don't think about is that there's no such thing as administrative law in Texas. There's no INS code for Texas. So they're not federally empowered to enforce immigration law. So if they're picking them up, they're going to hit them with actual criminal charges, even if it's a misdemeanor.
Yep.
I'm curious to see what code of the criminal justice, the criminal code, what kind of criminal code they're using on them, because that'll be really interesting to see how they end up. Because they're not going to just OR them. I don't even know how they're going to get them back across the border.
I thought Abbott had enacted something recently about making it a crime in Texas for them to cross the border illegally. Yeah, I thought I had seen that.
That's what I'm saying. Even if they did, what's the charge? Is it a misdemeanor? And then have they signed anything with Mexico to try to repatriate these people?
I don't know.
Do they send them back, or they just arrest them?
Well, there has to be a game plan to send them back. We don't have the place. Okay, it says unlawful entry is a felony in Texas.
Okay.
Oh, nice. I'm digging it.
But it's going to be interesting because Texas already has a full prison system, so I don't know what they're going to do. Those FEMA camps might come in handy right about now. Just go ahead and take over your own land.
That's it. They did make a deal with Walmart to turn Walmart centers into FEMA camps. So there's already a plan in place for something like that. And they could piggyback off that.
Yep. Although that would be cool. That would be it's going to get interesting.
Yeah.
See, I think they should have bought Dollar Generals.
No, the illegals would complain about getting cheap shit.
Yeah, they sure would.
That's bad, Nancy.
Oh my God! Did you see they're housing them at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City? The Roosevelt Hotel, and they're complaining. They've been there for 7 months at the Roosevelt Hotel they get 3 meals a day. Everything's taken care of. All their personal things and they're getting basically a per diem at the Roosevelt Hotel, and they're complaining.
Get
Yeah.
this, guys. And I can't find the article. I thought I'd saved it. But about a month ago, I was reading where they were closing schools and the students were having to go back to
That
video.
was last week.
Was
Yes,
it?
it was, yes.
Yeah,
They
we
closed
talked
that
about that
school.
last week. They were closing high school down.
Mhm, in New York City,
Yep.
and made the kids go to Zoom school. That kids that the Americans that live there, and then housing the illegals there. What part of that
You
is
guys left out
okay?
you guys left out something important though. Don't forget the Surgeon General of Florida has forbade the Moderna vaccine.
Yep. Yep.
Literally.
He did that last week.
I couldn't believe it, but he did it. Better late than never, but I wish it'd have been a lot sooner.
Yeah, I hope so, because my husband said that at Walmart, he saw people lining up to get more shots, and that was last
Stupid.
week, and it's like, are you insane? Really?
Well, the thing
They
is
are.
that right now they were in Florida. Well, like CVS and Walgreens, I know specifically, they were combining the vaccines. So if you wanted to get your flu shot, they were trying to talk you into getting a COVID shot and an RSV shot at the same time. So I'm like, I literally, again, I know, Vic, you and I were both medical at one point. I'm shaking my head going, what moron thought that was a good idea?
I know.
I mean, that would be like, when Rafi was in ICU, and they're telling him that he needs to get the vaccine. You need to be he's in the ICU with COVID, and they're trying to talk him into getting the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
And I was like,
if somebody's sick, you
what
give them
moron
the.
thought that was a good idea?
Do they not understand what a vaccine does? I mean, what it's supposed to do?
Hey guys, I just went to my cardiologist for a checkup. She was telling me that she had a heart attack patient that they were going to give minimal care to because he had not been vaccinated.
Yep.
Oh, that's awful.
And she promptly told him that, would you like to be up to your eyeballs in legal trouble?
Yep.
Well, when I had my surgery, my knee replacement, they wanted to give me vaccines. I mean, this was before. This is 2017, but they wanted to do that while I'm in the hospital getting. I'm like, no, you don't do that when somebody's recovering from surgery. I mean, you're not supposed to do it if people are sick, or.
Well, it's funny too. Last week I noticed that they didn't shut down. They did major health alerts at Reagan and Logan airports over what they said a suspected case of measles. And I'm like, that, okay, I'm just going to say it just like everybody else says it. Why is this a problem if everybody has been vaccinated for measles? Because we all got vaccinated when we were kids. Nobody's ever had a problem up till, I don't know, the last couple of years. Literally, I mean, why would measles be an issue? It's even if a kid got measles, even if somebody caught measles, unless they're like an adult or have underlying issues.
Break time.
Break.
Oh, sorry. Guys, I went over this time. My mistake. I was literally taking out the garbage as I was talking. We are going out to break now. We will return in just a few minutes with the all-new Cafe Enigma.
All right.
Oh, you got echo, Mark.
How?
I don't know. You said all right, and it was like through a megaphone.
Is it still echoing now?
Nope.
Okay.
I've heard that same sound in a ball stadium. All right.
So I got two videos I captured just before the show. If
Nice.
you guys get a chance, go look at them. The one is pretty good because as you know, it's rainy and cloudy outside. It's right below the clouds, like it's writing a name or something in the clouds. It's pretty.
You guys are getting rain up there? Actually, I'm
just
looking.
a few drops, but not much.
Yeah, look at that. I can see the cloud. That's crazy. We're clear as a
I
bell.
don't know how many times it turns.
We're
Getting clearer now.
we're getting fog.
I can actually. I'm looking north, John, and I can actually see the thunderheads or the higher clouds. We are absolutely clear above me.
I can go outside for like 20 minutes and damn video. It's just crazy. I mean, people are asking about it on Twitter because now I'm getting bigger on Twitter. 2,000 followers now. And I'm getting some pretty serious questions, and a lot of people are freaking out looking at the older videos, especially the close ones. But nobody knows what the orbs are. They're like, what the hell is that? I said, I don't know. All I know is close. And, you know, I was outside when it was 4 degrees filming these things just to make sure they were real.
Hey, John.
I got them in a row, yeah.
Is this one called UFOs Make Multiple Turns? Is that just one?
Yep. That's only one.
Just, wow.
That's all I can do anyway. But I just captured the sun is out, so it's got the clouds lighted up, and my night vision was having a hard time seeing it, but when I put it on the TV, I can see it real clear then. So it was just lucky I looked up and caught that.
That thing's just making 90-degree turns right and left.
Yeah, well, the one over my head, the one that was within 20 feet away, it made a 90-degree turn. First, it went past, then it came back, stopped right in front of me, goes back about 3 feet, makes a 90-degree turn, and disappears. And my scope can't even keep up with the frames per minute. It makes almost a blur when it leaves. It's very... And that was in my face just before I captured the one that was in the clouds. So that's kind of what got me to look up. I was like, well, maybe he's just trying to get my attention or something. I don't know. It wasn't normal. You know, they usually slowly come by, and it's none of this real fast where you get down to see an orbit in front of you. That's just crazy. But I'm in focus with those trees, and he's not any further than those trees right there. It's in front of me. He's really close.
Those really do look like the orbs that people
that orb
captured.
That orb's about 2 foot wide. That's how big he is.
Wow.
That's the faster one. The bigger ones were this week when it was real cold. They all showed up flashing. They showed up in pairs. I had a whole damn yard full of them. Even it was so cold, even the bats wasn't flying around. Nothing was flying.
It was cold.
All right, we got 30 seconds.
My fingers are about to fall off.
We were negative.
Yeah. I know you were. My parents had 7 inches of snow up in Tennessee, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My brother too. He had 2 inches in an hour.
Yeah, and we still have it. It's still out there. It's been so cold that it hasn't. We went down to negative 7.
And get ready for the countdown. Here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
All right. Welcome back to the all-new Cafe Enigma right here, right now. Hey, I'm your host, Big D, with my co-host, Nancy, and our panel of illustrious guests, and our producer, Mark.
Can't forget Mark.
Anyway, I want to change gears here a little bit so we don't get stuck on 1 or 2 topics tonight. I want to talk about EVs now.
Electronic vehicles?
Huh?
Electronic vehicles?
Electric vehicles, yes.
Okay, or electric vehicles, yes.
Where's the gas cap? You see the ones online where they got the generators in the trunk? They pull the generator out on the interstate just so they can make it.
It's amazing. Some of these cars now, some of the more expensive cars are decent, but you still have to plan your trip around where the charging station is. Now, let's go a little bigger, guys. Asheville, North Carolina is looking to reinvest in biodiesel-powered buses after investing millions. And now they call this an electric fleet, but it's only $5. However, according to Asheville, it says they purchased the buses, but they leased the batteries. I don't know how that works. Anyway, each bus, once you figure they had to put in a charging station, the amount of electricity that it takes to charge the bus, plus the contract for the leases and everything else, it comes out to about $1 million a bus.
Ouch.
Ouch. Yeah. However, Asheville is rethinking this, like I said in the beginning, of going to biodiesel because they've got 5 buses. 3 of them are down for repairs. One
already?
Do what?
Already?
Yeah. One of them, wait a minute now, one of them, they don't know when they're going to get it running again because it needs a door. The company won't even send them a door.
Okay.
They have, let's see, one of the buses has been parked since July of last year because the city cannot obtain a manufacturer replacement for a broken door. And there's no third-party companies that know how to apparently can make this door. So they're going to have to try to find some company who can custom make the door. That ought to be a thrifty proposition.
Yeah.
Several of the buses have always had to have major repair in the electrical power inverters. Let's see, it says to maintain several EV buses had to have a new power inverter, which costs $14,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how much is the battery?
Well, they got those on lease for $41,000 a year.
Yep.
Now here's the catch to the whole thing. The built the bus. I'm trying to real quick. Proterra buses in Jackson, Wyoming are out of commission. They filed bankruptcy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
so if you're thinking about getting an electric, oh, by the way, and all this cold weather we've been having, suddenly people are saying, wait a minute, my car won't even make 150 miles in this weather.
Yep.
Yeah.
Better hope it don't get wet.
Or catch fire.
Or seawater.
Oh, I'm just waiting. I am just waiting for somebody to sue one of these electric car manufacturers because the static or the whatever, the battery's giving off something is causing medical problems.
Well, they're lithium batteries, so yeah, that's a possibility.
Well, that gives a whole new meaning to seat warmer, doesn't it?
Well, it's funny too because I guarantee that company was leasing the batteries for that exact reason. Because if the battery goes out to replace them, I mean, on a bus, if it's $28,000 in a normal electric car, it's going to be about probably $60,000 to $80,000 to replace a battery in a bus, and that's probably on the cheap end of the scale. If you lease it, it's under a warranty.
Yep. See, this is my thing. Do what, Rob?
I didn't say anything. I was agreeing.
I heard somebody. Okay. We did a story here on the show about almost a year ago now, that a guy, a father bought his daughter an electric vehicle. And I forget, he paid like $14,000 for it. And not too long after, it was a used one, and not too long after he bought it, they started having problems. So they carried it to the dealer, and the dealer said, "Oh, you need a new battery." and then told him how much the battery was going to cost, and it was more than he paid for the car.
Yep.
Yeah. Folks, I'm not against electric cars. Don't get me wrong. But I'm sorry, to force people to buy full electric anything right now is not only insane, it's irresponsible.
Well, anytime the government gets involved in anything, it inevitably screws it up, and that's no different with the electric cars. The problem is it's not the problem isn't that the cars are electric. It's the power sources. They're using technology that's antiquated by any measure. When the government is sitting on a bunch of classified patents, basically patents that they just deem are national security threats or that are disruptive to enterprise. So I've actually read about thorium molten salt reactor that they can put in cars, and it would power it indefinitely. And that's just that. I mean, we're not talking about the energy or anything like that. We're just talking about molten salt reactors, which they suppressed in favor of uranium reactors. So, there's a lot of problems with just government being involved altogether. If it was an open market decision where people decide, oh, I think I want to try electric because it's quieter, it's, whatever, or, we allowed the open market to make these innovations that are necessary to make it viable, well, then that'd be a different story. But they don't. It's one fiasco after another. Every time the government touches something, it inevitably turns into a fiasco.
Well, that's
true story.
That's because politicians, when Washington gets involved in this stuff, I'm like Rob. It's not for the right reasons. Some special organization, some special interest group has the time to pay somebody to sit up there and wait to talk to these people.
Mm-hmm.
Then they get in there and they make all these wild promises, and they can show you data to back it up. And so a politician makes a decision not based on what he or she believes or knows, but by how many votes it's going to get them.
That's true.
If politicians would do what is right, once somebody got in office, you almost couldn't run anybody against them.
Well, that's why everybody likes Trump. He's not a politician.
Yep.
The thing is, though, people have been brainwashed. Government's the answer. They want to do this, do that, solve all their problems. Yep. But it's at the end of the day, if they actually look deep enough, that it's government that is the problem.
Yeah.
Always has.
Very true. It's too big. It's way too big now. Government is a monster.
Oh, but guys, government has promised them food and housing and a job, and they don't and insurance, and they don't have to worry about nothing. They don't have to pay for nothing.
Yep.
The nanny state.
Yep. We have actually developed not one, not two, but in my opinion, about 2.5 to 3 generations of people who are too lazy to do it themselves.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So how do you think these new people are going to be put up in that hotel getting everything given to them? Everything is free. How in the hell are they going to fit in society? They're not going to want to do a damn thing.
How are we fitting in college students from the last 10 years into society?
Oh, we can't.
Oh, this job, I didn't know working full time was going to be like this. I just can't handle the pressure. I bet if you go hungry for about a week, you'll handle all kinds of pressure you didn't think you could handle.
Oh, hell, they can't even decide if they want to pee standing up or sitting down, for the love of God.
That's a good response, Nancy. Good
I
point.
mean, seriously.
Listen, I've got no problems going to the same bathroom with a woman and keeping my hands to myself.
I'm glad
There
to hear.
are
We're
way,
glad to hear that.
Nancy, take over. There are way too many jokes with that last comment.
Well, I think I've made the point many, many, many times. As you guys know, I'm a scuba diver, so Key West is a haunt for me. And Key West is like ground zero, or was ground zero, for the transgender community for decades. I mean, they had their own little private island down there, and nobody cared. I mean, tourists went down there. I was down there all the time. I didn't care. I mean, I can tell you half the times you were in a public restroom down there, you were in there with a tranny. It didn't matter. Why? Because they didn't make a big deal about it. It wasn't like they were touching your grandkids or touching your children or touching you. They just went in, did their business, and left, just like the other ladies did. Closed the door. It was nothing. There was nothing to make a big deal about. The problems came into play when everybody started making a big deal about it and saying, I want attention for this. You need to pay attention to me. I am a man dressed like a woman, and therefore you're going to treat me with greater respect than you treat everybody. And that's exactly what it was. It was on attention. Well, okay. Problem being is that, nobody, and we said it at the time, Dee, I remember we talked about this years ago when it first started. It was Target that started it with the transgender bathrooms. And I remember saying they're not thinking about all of the really sick individuals out there who have no problem putting on a dress so they can go in and diddle with a kid. They really are not thinking about that.
Or a full-grown woman.
Yeah, they're not thinking about the violence that's going to occur when those actions begin to start happening.
Oh yeah,
Which is
because
what's happened.
I would immediately become a damn tooth fairy and go in there and knock all their teeth out and be like, "Yep, I'm a tooth fairy."
Yep,
that was my daughter.
What about our court systems playing into this?
Oh yeah,
because
I can't even tell you what a woman is.
They have sent transgender women to female prisons, and then they act surprised when they've got 6 pregnant women in that jail.
Yeah.
Oh, for the love of God!
Not gay anymore.
It's another branch of government screwing it up.
But just okay, guys, just look at the current administration. Okay, look at that hot mess that was in our Department of Nuclear Energy, who got caught stealing luggage, who looked like, I don't even know what the hell he looked like, with his bald head and his hiked up skirt and his 5-inch boots.
Crazy. Yeah, it was crazy.
Our what is he, the director of our health, is it Surgeon General? Is a she?
Yeah, we're talking about Silence of the Lambs kind of people. I mean, these people scare the piss out of me. Look at them. I mean, good Lord.
It's scary. It's scary, dude.
But here's
public health service.
Here's the funny part, guys. Everything was flowing along kind of okay, quiet, when they were cross dressers.
Yep.
When they were doing drag. But the minute they became transgenders, the problem started.
Well, they went into the kids' school and started pulling the genitalia. That's when it really started.
Oh, I could not believe those people weren't immediately removed.
They would have come out of there without their little winkies attached. I guarantee you that.
And of course, we get the, if Trump or so-and-so or this happens or that happens, it makes everything so dangerous for us.
Good.
No.
It's times like that you wish Lorena Bobbitt lived down the block from you and just took care of all these weirdos like that.
Oh, Lorena Bobbitt is salivating right about now.
Oh yeah, well, you know what I would wish? I would wish that Chucky doll was real and just throw the damn thing in the bathroom with him. That would be hilarious.
We've gotten so afraid of somebody calling us a name.
Oh, you're racist.
Term racist, bigot, homophobe, xenophobe, misogynist. They're not a title. They are a means to get you to curl up in the fetal position, shut up, and don't say anything.
I said that for years.
All it is designed for. Most of these.
Did you Did you see the journalist that was asking the lady the question, who she was voting for, and she didn't want to answer, and then she turned it on him, and he's like, well, of course I'm voting for Trump. And she immediately goes, you're a white racist. And he goes, you've got nothing to back that up, that I'm a white racist. Oh, yes, I do. You're voting for Trump. And then finally he goes, well, ma'am, who are you voting for? Joe Biden. Oh, so you're a pedophile.
Yeah.
And that was so funny how it shut her down so quickly, because there's a lot more proof that Joe Biden's a pedophile than that guy was a white supremacist just because he wanted to vote for Trump.
And I'm going to tell you, it ain't going to take too many more court cases where a reporter, somebody with that status, is sued and for millions and loses because they called somebody a racist or a bigot or a pedophile. And
The worry is
to back it up other than, well, he's voting for Trump.
the worry is if they, and I've heard, I don't know if you've heard these things, but they toss around the terms domestic terrorist. If you are
Oh, we're all
that's
terrorists.
the worry.
I guarantee you, we're all terrorists.
Yes.
But hold the faith, people. Not every FBI agent is on the take. A lot of the crud that you are hearing, a lot of the horse squeak that you're hearing the FBI do to people is coming from the higher echelons. In fact, it's my understanding that over the past year and a half, the FBI has lost quite a few agents.
Yes.
Roth, you help us out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the numbers are down significantly. I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, since I've been digging into this stuff since 2012, even I knew back then that nothing smelled right. There was too much going on. That our government was getting ready to do some stuff to us that wasn't in our best interest. But
absolutely,
it's the same thing with Border Patrol. I mean, Border Patrol has always had a higher attrition rate, but now more so than ever. And the problem is they all get painted with the same brush. Something they said in the academy. When you're in uniform, nobody holds you accountable. They hold that uniform accountable. So they hold the entire agency accountable.
Yeah.
It's public perception. You are part of this group, and rightfully so. Here's the thing, though. It's rightfully so. If you can get charged with murder for just being for a bank robbery gone wrong, and somebody got shot and murdered and got killed, if you can be charged an accessory for that, well, then you should be charged an accessory for treason if you don't do something or part ways with them.
Yep.
You just can't turn a blind eye to this.
But see, therein lies the problem. There are politicians in Washington, younger politicians in Washington, who are they're fighting, they're frustrated because they don't have the political clout to fix things yet. But there are people in the House and the Senate who are going against this stuff. They're trying to go against this stuff. I know it doesn't seem like it, but they are. We've got people in the FBI, the NSA, that are saying, I'm not going to play this game. Okay? And it's, but what you don't hear about it because the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about it.
Yep.
Remember, there's a lot of this so-called, we have to protect against misinformation. Remember, it's not disinformation. It's not misinformation. It's not their information. That's what it comes down to. If you listen to this stuff at the World Economic Forum, there's times I don't know whether to cry or laugh that actually saying these words, expecting people to go, oh, yeah, let's do that. But people are getting to the point where they're afraid to lose everything.
Yep.
Actually, I think people are getting past that point, D. I think we were at that point in 2020. People were at that. They were terrified between COVID, the elections, January 6th, what the result of January 6th has been. People were terrified. Okay, what happened in Canada with the truckers, with their bank accounts getting shut down? People were literally terrified.
Yeah.
I think it's gotten past that point.
Yep.
I think people are they're like Texas. Screw you guys, I'm going home.
Yeah, we're
That's what's starting to happen.
Well, here's what else is funny. Here's a story that went nowhere because it didn't carry the narrative. Several liberal Democrats went down to Austin, Texas. Going to have a big rally, going to rally all the illegal immigrants. Okay. What they found was overwhelmingly the illegal immigrants wanted Trump in office because, and they told the members of Congress that went down there, we were doing far better under Trump than we ever thought about under you.
Yep.
Folks,
yep.
They have gotten to the point where the misinformation is information disagrees with them. They want to look at you and go, the economy's fine, the economy's booming, everybody's that wants a job can have a job. And you're supposed to go, oh, well, apparently it's my fault for not seeing that. I must be spending my money in the wrong places. When the fact is the lie. Do what, Vicky?
Wasn't the like what you're saying, the slogan for the WEF this past week, wasn't it building back confidence?
Yeah.
So, and that says volumes that people are starting to see through,
People are starting to read again. And they're starting to see these fools for what they are. And I'm going to tell you right now, I got into a discussion the other night about this. I don't know. I can't tell you. I'm just going to say, if I had to make a pick right now of the next, I just lost my entire term here. Antichrist. Schwab would be my first pick because he's ticking a lot of the boxes.
Except for the scripture. He hadn't come out of a pit yet.
Well, we don't know what his house looks like.
That's true.
Odd.
I'll tell you what, though, hold that thought, D, because I got to take us out to our second break for the evening. Midway point. Dun, 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 dun. Folks, hang in there. Get up, stretch yourselves out. Go get yourself something to drink. Pick maybe a snack or two up. Head back to the radio or the listening device. Put your headphones back on. We will be back in just a few moments with the all-new Cafe Enigma, so hang in there.
And we are on radio break.
All right. That two segments gone already, Nancy.
I hear you. Dude, freaking Mexico. Mexico is investigating. They opened an investigation into why the cartel has U.S. military-grade weapons.
We know why. The CIA giving them to them. And the ATF.
Yeah, but that shows there's something going on in Mexico that they would dare open that, because everybody knows why. I mean, but the fact that they are publicly opening an investigation, that and the Red Cross got caught giving out basically maps and everything else to the illegals to get to the border.
So did you see the video of the small town that the cartel rolled into, and they started shooting their guns and trying to round up the young girls and stuff, and out come all these machetes. These guys had machetes everywhere. It's like, holy crap. Man, that guy pulled it right out of his pants. They chopped that guy up.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can clearly see the other guy getting shot. I was like, man, here
you
we
guys
go.
hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, babe.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, the landscape down in Mexico is changing. It's like they realize they can't count on their government for anything, so they're doing it themselves.
Yeah,
There's a lot.
Well, they ain't got nothing to give. They're so poor anyway. Hell no, they ain't going to give them beans or nothing. Get the hell out of here. You ain't taking my daughter.
You know, I had a guy tell me the average police chief in Mexico makes $500,000 a year.
I don't know. But
maybe 500,000 pesos.
Huh?
Yeah, depending on which side on too, though.
No.
You know what?
It
You know
ain't
what we should do?
with their paychecks.
Really want to try to curtail the illegal immigrant? Just go down and have pamphlets out about, explaining all the transgender pushes with the children in elementary school and all the different little laws that take away your parental rights, and hand them to all the families and the people with little kids, and just hand them all out. Just keep handing them out. Because trust me, if there's one thing about being south of the border, I can tell you, they're a lot more religious than we are up here.
Oh, yeah.
They really are.
Pretty much.
I came up with an idea. Why can't we let's do like, when we had coyote troubles down here in Georgia, they just started offering $25 a pelt.
Yeah.
All right. We don't have too much of a coyote problem anymore. I'm saying, why don't we just drop leaflets all over the border towns in Mexico and just offer $100,000 in U.S. citizenship, $100,000 a pelt for drug cartels.
Yep.
And if you can give us 10 citizenship.
If only it would work that well, Dean. They'd be killing each other for the money.
Yep.
Well, that works.
Does it stop them from trade that way?
No, absolutely.
It does or it does not?
No.
Oh, shoot.
I think the Border Patrol should deputize all bail bondsmen and those people that hunt down what are they?
Bounty hunters?
Bounty hunters and that. Deputize them for the border and give them rewards for ones that they catch. Oh, and along with any soldiers of fortune. That would make the Cheney family very happy. 30 seconds.
Shoot, dude. Put that employment to the out-of-work veterans.
Yep.
Yep. Well, you've heard about the veterans right now, right? The veterans are suing the VA for allowing illegals to be treated. Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And it's the all-new Cafe Enigma. We're down to the third and final segment. Wow, this show has gone by so quickly. So quickly.
That's because you talk too much.
That's because you love to hear me.
All right, enough of the bromance.
But
they're all here to hear Nancy.
Yes.
No, I doubt that highly.
Well, give me just a second here.
Folks, we're not going to leave you out, Vic. We're here to hear
I'm just a pixie on the wall.
Oh, listen to you.
Dude, she's getting, I love Vic, man. She went from this little quiet mouse to I love it, man.
Vic is not a Tinkerbell. She's our Tinker Ding Dong.
There you go.
Hey, we ain't hearing about no bells, no Tinkerbells, none of that stuff. You ought to heard the crap I put up with in high school. Jesus Christ.
Anyway, let me just say, folks, if you want to make changes, it's not too late. Look in the mirror. The hardest thing there is to do is be honest with yourself. First, ask yourself, do I believe the crap that these people are handing out? And secondly, educate yourself. They're already trying to say that you asking questions and yourself is wrong. Don't.
Yes.
You can be. They're trying to convince you that you are not smart enough to investigate something and make up your own mind. You have to listen to them.
And they will flat out lie to you and say that you cannot look at the Wikileaks stuff because it's classified. Only we can look at it and tell what's in it.
Yep.
Remember CNN saying that shit?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
What was it? All those documents that
WikiLeaks
got a hold of, and Chris Cuomo said, "You don't need to read these. You need to let us tell you what."
Yes.
Yeah.
I do that.
You know, a man once told me that the Bible was written by men to control other men. Well, if that's the case, what about science, law, world events are all written by men? What makes that different? All right. Anyway, just something to think about. Hey guys, I'll tell you what, at this point, I'm going to turn to Nancy and Vic, and we're going to hear from the ladies. Lady, you're in the air.
Hey, Vic, do you think the cop out? I'm thinking Lisa is standing behind D going, I need to talk to you right now. Hey, I'm going to turn it over to the ladies. You know, just a few minutes.
Hey, I rule my house.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, that's a funny effort.
He's the man.
Yeah.
Remember the man song?
And I was going to say, now I know Lisa must be sick because I haven't heard off the head after you said that one.
Oh, but she is finally getting better.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. For those of you who are listening, Dee's wife, Lisa, got really sick. Really, really sick.
Mm-hmm.
He missed the show a weekend, 2 weeks ago? Because he was sick and she was sicker than he was. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, it lasts 3-4 days and I'm done. But when she gets something, buddy, it just hangs on. But she's better now. We've been out running around, and I'm going to say by the weekend she'll probably be back to her normal, usual self.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
So I told her, we're get in the kitchen and start cooking.
See, he can't help himself, Vic. He turned it over to us, but he didn't turn it over to us. It's a trap. It's a trap.
And now it's time for the Nancy and Vicky show.
Actually, John, I want to do some speaks with you.
Yeah.
So, what have you been catching lately? I saw that you're posting in the chat. You're showing more of your more current videos, and I know you said earlier that your Twitter is starting to uptick a little bit. I want you to tell everybody that's listening where they can find you on Twitter, number one, so they can look at some of these videos.
And YouTube. We did YouTube last week.
Yeah, I am at John Bell with 1 L 34148836, and I need to change that somehow. I just don't know how. But anyway, I'm under my name, John Bell.
I thought I was listening to a song for a minute there. John Bell 8675309.
Oh, don't get me started. Now I'll be humming that all night. Come on, now.
Everybody's gonna go look you up.
We all will.
8675309. But I know that I had posted one of your videos a couple weeks ago, and it was a stellar video. I got to tell you, it was a really, really good piece of video that you had taken. And I had, a couple of my people that responded are people who've been in the ufology field for quite some time now. In fact, two of them were like, "Where is that in Florida?" Yeah. Because it was impressive. Yeah, I know. I was like, it's just north of me. It's impressive. And it is, even if it's we had Christine, I believe it was, who said, how do we know that that's a UFO? And because it could be the government. Well, because just because it's government doesn't mean it's identified.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
the
unidentified.
government's got plenty. In fact, I just saw an article this week about the space program. The Pentagon is trying to, as they say, they're trying to get the space program to release some of their information about some of their secret programs that they're running.
Yep.
They will never, like, you know, it's like Ben Rich said, it'll take an act of God
I'll do
to
it.
get them
I'll put
to
it.
release
I'll get a close
anything.
up. I will get a close up. Promise you.
I don't understand though why people think that we are what we see in warfare and what CNN shows us and Fox News, everybody else shows us, that is the top of the line of what we've got technologically.
Well,
It's 20 years old.
You remember?
Well, you know, the thing that got me the most was the small orbs that showed up. That's what got my head scratching, and cold weather finally kicked in, and when it hit 34 degrees, my yard 2 times in a row. There's nothing else flying, but these orbs showed up, and they didn't show up a little bit. They showed up at massive volumes. In my face, high in the sky. They're coming out of the clouds. They're not coming out of the ground. They're not coming out of the trees. They're coming down from the sky.
Go ahead, Rafi.
You guys remember a few months ago, I talked about how, there's also a corporate conglomerate that has their own secret space program. And I actually found an interview. It was somebody that was a wrestler and a politician or whatnot, and he was being interviewed on the radio. He's not always a reporter, but apparently, so he's recounting how he got information that Lockheed Martin has their own secret space program and a retrieval team specifically to retrieve their craft that go down. That was created back in the 70s. But going back to 55, I think it was, the government gave them some materials and they asked them to crack it, how to use it, how to reproduce it, how to use it, best use it, and whatnot. And Lockheed Martin did crack it, but they turned around and gave it back to the government, saying, "No, we couldn't do anything with it. Here you go." But it turned out that they actually did crack it, and they started their own space program. And that's
I've got video. The flux liner going over my shoulder was sound. It makes a sound like a frequency when it flies by. I've captured that 3 times now. And when you do a still shot of that spacecraft going into orbit, I mean, literally, it flies over my shoulder, straight out into the horizon, straight out into space. It takes 1.5 seconds to cover 300 miles, which, like I said before, that take 6 days to reach Mars. But still, that's some pretty damn good time to reach Mars.
Yeah,
but
no.
That's the same. That is the same object that showed up in the congressional hearings. They had the pictures of it. Greer had a picture of it, and I was like, "Yep, I got that."
Apparently, in 2004, the Lockheed retrieval team and JSOC got into a firefight. A craft went down, went to go retrieve it, and JSOC went to go intercept as well, and they got into it. And apparently, a couple of JSOC guys got killed. But they covered it up, and everybody knows that Lockheed Martin has their space program and the retrieval team, but nobody will call them on it or do anything about it, which I find very telling.
Yep. I think the civilization itself was split many years ago. These people are trying to hold on to the technology they have, and they're it up, and they just, they could possibly be on Mars right now. What would stop them from having a 10 on Mars right now? There's nothing.
Oh, I think we've got a lot further than Mars, John.
Yeah, I think so.
I've heard that the corporate conglomerate has a colony on Mars. Yes.
Yep. And I've seen pictures, but there's no way to tell if the pictures are real or not. I mean, there's just no way to verify that. Hey, yeah, that's on Mars. I mean, I did think it was funny though when that donut wound up in the dirt. Did y'all see that? The Mars picture. There's a damn donut there sitting next to the lander or the rover. And they're like, "Oh, that's a rock." No, it ain't. That's a very glazed donut, man. I'm hungry. Get that sucker. Come on.
Yeah.
I know.
You guys remember Corbett, the 20 and back guy?
The what now?
pretty good. The one that.
Yeah. The 20 and back, yeah.
Yeah, I think. In matter of fact, I think that's what he said. That basically that it was. I think it was him that said that a colony on Mars. I don't know.
If you got water, you got everything you need for life, pretty much. If you got water, if you're growing stuff indoors, you got your oxygen. The radiation would be the thing to deal with, but I don't know. It's you don't know if it's really true whether or not the radiation is on Mars or not, like they say it is. But who knows?
Yeah.
But if Elon Musk is planning on putting a colony up there, well, how bad could radiation be?
Well, that's the thing, though. They can't. Apparently, they're saying they can't even get past the Van Allen belt because of the radiation.
Yeah, it's BS.
It is BS, and because if they couldn't get past it now, why? How could they have gotten past it during the Apollo missions for the moon landings?
That's exactly it. And why are they talking about a space tether and everything else? None of it makes any sense. It's funny though, because you've always had rumors that, like, the movie John Carter or the book John Carter was actually based off some fact. And that has been going around for years, that rumor that was based off some fact. I could see where that might be true. You also have the fact that there are pictures that were taken of the moon that showed pretty clearly there was something that was built by. It's not natural.
John Watson gets as close to the moon as anybody I know. If you look him up on YouTube, you'll see his videos. But he got another telescope together. I watched about 3 videos came out of his new telescope, and then all of a sudden he went back to the old pictures, and I'm like, okay, somebody has tapped him on the shoulder or something, because now he's filming UAPs now. But he had pictures of the wall. He had pictures of the straight lines that's on the moon that doesn't belong there. You could clearly see the city walls and the humongous buildings and structures. And you know how they say there's a bridge, over a crater? Well, there's a bunch of tubes and bridges going over the crater.
I always think of Don Ecker and the pictures he had that clearly showed something industrial. You could definitely see piping. And these, I know Don. I know Don personally. Mark knows that. Don is not the type of person that makes things up. Yep. I mean, he was military. He was law enforcement for many years. A very, very well-known investigator in law enforcement. Did his job. Did it well. Trusted in court. Yep. And when he got into the UFO field, and he and his wife Vicky started UFO Magazine, I mean, these were some of the things that he started pushing forward. In fact, he was the whole reason why NASA went on a 10-second delay. That was because of Don Ecker. Because he'd been sent information from, I believe it was a space station, that showed an unidentified object.
Well, probably.
And it was real time.
Yeah, I had, well, I still do. I got the old telescope in the 60s. It's quite large, but it's not an automatic tracking or any of that. It's got a little motor that'll turn the thing, but still, you got to still twist it around to stay on the moon. And I had the big lens in it one night, and I'm sitting there just looking at the moon, and the next thing I know, clearly seeing an object launch off the backside of the moon into hyperspace. And I mean, it came from the backside of the moon. And come from the other side of the earth and come around the back of the moon. It came from the moon and launched straight out into space. And that's the first time that I noticed something incredible like that. And I was like, well, crap, I should have got that on video somehow. And then the second time I was looking at Neptune, and I got to watch his Jetsons go across the galaxy for about 6 seconds. They were gone. Incredible speed, humongous craft between us and Neptune, which is millions and trillions of miles away. And I couldn't track it. I had my really magnified lens in there. And if you just bump the scope, you're just out of there. I left the scope where it was at and watched it as long as I could. I should have had it on video. I know I should have, but at least I'm making up for it now, Well,
I know I'm of that thought process. I don't believe the moon is a natural made object.
No, it's older. The rocks they brought back from the moon was much older than the Earth is. And then when they tested it with all the seismic devices, the moon rained for what, 3 hours? They figured out it's hollow anyway. And then you go back in history, and there's parts of history where they're like, hey, we didn't have a moon.
Yep. It's like I said, it's very it's not just that. It's just the way it orbits, the perfection in which it orbits, the perfection in which it regulates our tides, the way gravity is. And again, I also have to, if you're going to go that route, you also have to take in consideration the fact that the whole thing could be a lie. Gravity could be a lie, because science is what's taught us. Men wrote the rules of science. For all we know, it's a bunch of huckapooey. It could be incorrect. There is no.
It's electrical. Everything is electric. That's why we stay on the ground. That it's not gravity. It's electrical field.
Electromagnetics. Yeah.
Yeah. That would make a lot more sense than the gravity would, which they don't understand it now. Who knows? String theory went out the window. Now they're onto something else. It's just on and on and on.
Yep. Well, like I said, you can't. That's why I hated when they kept saying trust the science. I felt like bitch slapping people. I'm like, that. No, the whole idea of science is that you don't trust the science. That's the whole thing behind science, is you're not supposed to trust it.
Yeah.
You're supposed to continue asking questions. Always.
Oh no, they're keeping it to themselves now. So.
Well, I thought that was always so funny when they said that, because I mean, I'm thinking, what school did these people attend? I mean, this is like propaganda 101. Trust the science. What are you, a moron? No. I mean, no. But
you see the Australian journalist over there, the one that was trying to push to get the tennis player's career thrown out the window? He died.
Yeah, dropped dead. I saw that. That's the second one. That is the second one that's happened to, that gave a whole bunch of shit to them for not vaccinated, and then they dropped dead.
Yeah, then we had the Canadian, the one in Canada, the one everybody locked up in concentration camps that wasn't vaccinated yet. He dropped dead too. I'm like, yep, just keep going.
Well, I was going to say, I think one of the reasons that people are waking up a little bit more is because they're losing a lot of people in their lives. Yeah. I think the vaccine is, in many ways, what's waking people up.
Yeah.
Because I know I lost another person this week. I have lost 3 people since October. And none of them because they were old or anything like that. 2 of them from turbo cancer. And Matt was, as you guys know, that was just, who the hell knows? That was like a sepsis situation that just went out of control.
Yeah, one of my friends on Twitter, her girlfriend just watched her 20 daughter collapse and have a heart attack.
I'm telling you, it's going to get to that point where it's already to the point where they can't get it. Now they're just trying to backpedal and cover, and it's not really successful.
I just can't believe stupid Great Britain was. Great Britain, instead of addressing the issue in time like they should have addressed it, they started putting those cardio packs at kids' playgrounds.
I know.
So they can bring the kids back to life. I'm like, are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you guys?
Hey, and let me jump in here. Hey, remember, the vaccines were supposed to keep you from getting COVID.
Yeah, well, now we find out they were designed to their DNA.
Yeah, this is not a glitch in the matrix. People, when they first came out, we were told, get the vaccine, you won't get sick.
Mask up, wear your mask, wear 2 masks, 3 if you can get them on there. Put one on your dog. And if you're by yourself in your car, wear 4. Put one on the dash just to make sure.
Yeah, and people, the newscasters getting up there and saying, "Oh, you're so selfish for not getting the job," and
or not wearing your mask. That was the other. You're so selfish. This is so you're endangering everybody. Really, how? Because I mean, honest goodness, I'm not quite getting your logic by putting something on where I am rebreathing my own viruses and bacterias in a moist, wet environment.
Which grows that.
Well,
Yeah.
all you got to do to test the mask was to go have a few beers, eat some of those great pickled eggs at the local bar, and eat a pot of beans when you get home, and then go shopping at Walmart. You could test every one of those masks and see if they work, because everybody would be like, "Who in the hell did that?"
Well, I love the people who say, "Well, you know, why wouldn't you? If you think it's the people who are sick should be wearing a mask, doesn't it work both ways?" Well, yeah, except the people who are sick, when they put a mask on, yes, it does stop the spittle. It does stop certain things from coming out of your mouth that, yeah, they are going to go airborne.
Yep.
But if you're not sick, you should not be wearing a mask. Period. You should not be wearing a mask. I mean, they even, I found a 2015 study done by the NIH that showed that even masks in a surgical environment are ineffective. All they do is catch sweat. They
sweat
from going into the patient.
But they do not stop bacterias or anything like that. They can't. I mean, I said physically it's impossible.
Yep.
Physically, it's. I mean, you know
going
that.
into the patient. Yeah.
It's like putting. I said to somebody, it's like putting a farm fence up to stop a mosquito. It's not that you're going to have you could have millions of mosquitoes go through. It's the same thing with the mask. Unless you're wearing a rebreather or a respirator. And even then, even with a rebreather, you're still, it's like, people don't understand that if you don't clean, you're going to get really badly sick.
Yeah.
Because once again, your own bacterias and viruses and everything else are together. They get stuck on the material. So
on the next one that's supposed to be coming out, and then they said he was talking about that what is it, the bill that was passed. Does that give the WHO superlative powers over the Constitution and
as far as I
stuff?
Currently, there's nothing in play yet. We have not signed a pandemic treaty as far as I'm aware of, because that would have to be okayed by Congress, and there's no way they're going to get that through the House of Representatives. Ain't going to happen.
They were trying to. They were trying to, but
now
there was a lot of threats over that.
If people remember correctly, though, we had the same thing with the small arms treaty years back. Yep. I think that was in 2011. And they could not. They tried 3 times to get that through Congress, and they got their asses kicked all 3 times. Congress said absolutely no, and John Kerry signed it anyway.
Nancy.
So, yes.
Say bye-bye.
Oh, we got to go. Guys, have a great evening. We'll see you next week.
Night, John Boy. Not Mary Ellen.
So do we. Y'all get out there, read, make yourself smarter. Talk to y'all later. Bye-bye.
All right.
I am so sorry.
We are off the air right now.
I was going to say, normally I'm paying attention, but I literally have the 2 puppies out back right now, and I'm like watching for coyotes while they go to the bathroom. So my head's like on a swivel.
You have coyotes out there?
Hey, we got we got you covered, baby.
Oh, and here comes Robbie. Here comes Robbie with the other 2 dogs.
Oh.
Hey guys, I'll see y'all later, man.
All right, and now for the after show.
I should take you, Rafi. I should take you up to John's. He sees some crazy shit up there.
Yeah, I got a bunch of night vision. It ain't just my own personal. I got the same identical one, and then I've got other ones too. But you can use whatever, man. You ain't got to bring your own.
Oh, I didn't even realize you signed out.
6 or 7